Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It is time to go racing here at the Rotax Max Challenge US Trophy East as we get set to go for 5 classes total, 4 sessions, and we're getting set for heat number 1 of the Junior Max category. This one, again, Junior Max, a big field, a very fun field, and it has been close all weekend long. But it will be an MPG Motorsports 1-2-3 to start this race out after an exciting qualifying session. My name is Emery Lida. I'm joined in the booth with Justin Prince. Justin, I mean, we have seen a lot of good qualifying sessions already today. Now, though, it's time to get the gloves off, and it's time to go racing.
And now it's time to prove what you can do in race conditions. Yes, we've already seen today some of the top drivers really get shuffled about from practice compared to qualifying, but the racing's a whole different beast. Caleb Tartar really picked up the pace compared to practice to qualifying to be able to try and set the pace here. But Jackson Deal is one of the favorites because he's been consistent in all the sessions so far. It should be a fun front row and it should be a fun battle to start this race.
Absolutely. So let's take you through your starting lineup for the Junior Max category. Again, this was a close qualifying, but again, like you mentioned, Caleb Tartar, Jackson Deal on row 1. Their teammate Landon Buer rounds up the top 3 in the 3rd spot, and he'll start alongside Nick Eccleston in 4th. Davin Robertson, Jackson Gibson, 2 of the younger guys in this category, in 5th and 6th. And then down further through the list, we have Shotaro Tsunakawa in the 7th spot, Mason Kuhn in the 8th spot. And then rounding out your top 10, it is Darren Kidd as well as Alex Mueller in the 10th position.
I don't know about you, but this is going to be a fun start here. Just about set to go 10 rows of karts ready to go racing.
Yeah, this should be a very, very fun race coming up here. You can see the MPG lockout. It's time to go heat racing here in Junior Max, and we are green for the first time today. As always, Entermount Esta at the back of the field hits a cone, and at the front of the field, you can see there Caleb Tartar, Jackson Deal sorting out at the front. I believe Deal might have gotten the jump there as they come through turn number 3. We'll see as they file through a couple karts in the dirt or further down in the top 5 as they come around for the first time. Nick Eccleston up to the 3rd spot, and yes, Jackson Deal looks to have made a move into the race lead here as they can file through for the first time all race through turn number 6. Clean and green so far here, Justin.
Clean and green. Remember, today's race distance, 10 minutes plus 2 laps was the format for this series. So it's a little bit longer than what we've seen in the practice qualifying sessions today. Give or take, it's about 8 laps plus the extra 2, so let's say 10-ish. So you're going to have these drivers having to think big picture, already a choo-choo train all the way back for an incident.
Yeah, that is an incident for the number 267 machine. They're further down in the field, I believe. Not sure. It looks to be Stern there in the 267. So unfortunate for him. And I mean, that's just how it happens when you get in a big train of go-karts. You're going to get into some difficulties there. As you can see up at the front of the field, Nick Eccleston's worked his way up to the 2nd spot. Jackson Gibson looks like he's battling further back, and you can see now, look at the start that a lot of these guys have. They're going side by side through the S's. That usually doesn't end well, but it does right here as they come around for the 2nd time in this race. Down the straightaway you go into turn 11 and 12. I believe that might be Jackson Gibson up to the 2nd spot. Pardon me on that one. As contact further back in the field. That was Davin Roberts there trying to go for a move on Caleb Tartar, on Caleb Tartar. Half spun it, and he's going to fall all the way to the back of this train of go-karts.
I was about to say it was becoming a 4-kart breakaway. Now it's down to just 3. Tartar with that situation, able to build up more than a 1.5-second buffer. That's going to be huge for the rest of the way. A lot of shuffling back for Roberts, though. Just finally started to recover the ground just after all that sliding to the dirt, trying to get it regrouped.
Yeah, and you can see there as well, Nick Eccleston overdrove turn number 1, lost about 5 spots in the process. So that is unfortunate for him. His teammate Jackson Gibson, apologies for the mistake there on the first couple laps, he's now up into the second spot and pushing with Jackson Deal further ahead, or actually I believe, excuse me, he's been passed on this lap by Caleb Tarter that we must have missed somewhere. But Jackson Gibson certainly having a nice run so far. Again, one of his first races in the junior category. So for him to be up here pushing the 2 MPGs is very impressive.
Yeah, especially with how things have gone so far. Tarter right now up to second spot, can confirm here. But Gibson, a great drive up through this field so far. Gibson started off this one back in 6th spot. We talked about usually it's difficult to break out of the Hornet's nest from that spot on back. But Gibson able to keep up at least. Now the problem is the top 2 are trying to at least help each other. Slip G, a big slide for Deal.
Yeah, Deal with a big slide there. That will not help him at all. And you can see just how close together this front group is. They have pulled away from 4th on back, but the mistakes that they're making might bring the rest of the pack further together. As you can see, the MPG is still patient working with each other, but you have to wonder with Deal making that mistake, how impatient is the racing going to be? You can already see the gap that he's lost here on the opening sections of the racetrack there. You can see, of course, Tarter making his way up to the lead after that mistake, but Deal, how aggressive does he want to be to get that spot back? We know on pure pace, those two are as quick as they come, but if they're making mistakes, if they're kind of preventing themselves from moving forward, if you're Jackson Deal, as Tarter goes wide again, drops a wheel, and now Deal's back to the front. So they have so much pace in them that's just about trying to put the laps together, because otherwise Landon Buer is going to catch up to this group here.
Well, that question answered itself pretty quickly. The answer is pretty quickly wanting to be aggressive. Deal pressurized the mistake the previous time through the corners there, and now trying to hold on. That's going to be the interesting. Do they go back and forth here, Tarter and Deal, with Gibson in the popcorn seat, or does this open up something for some of the others? Because look at the deficit. Buer is closing up, is starting to get in drafting distance here too. Down by 0.2 per lap right now. The 220 is closing on these 3.
Yeah, this is impressive stuff here for Landon Buer. He's closed the gap every single time within a second. Once you get down to about 6 or 7 tenths is where you're going to see the draft really start to play effect. So again, this has been impressive stuff for Landon Buer. He's closing in on that lead group, and he's doing it really all by himself as he's pulled away from Mason Kuhn and Tsunakawa as well. The only guy that's quicker than these top 4 is Nick Eccleston down on the 7th spot, who has just gone purple with a 57.3. But the front of the field, again, Deal leading, trying to set a solid pace because he knows his teammate is coming up towards this battle.
And that can change the dimensions of the battle, so to speak, especially for Gibson in particular, in terms of what we've seen him try and do. Thought about a move to turn 1. Just no place to send it quite yet there to the inside. So all Gibson could do is wait and see if anybody slips up, makes a mistake, then try and pop around for then on out. Tarter seems to be almost content to just ride behind Deal with his teammate and just say, you know what, we're just going to work together where we can through parts of the corners. Up through turn 6, for example, seems to be a beneficial spot for them, and try and break Gibson away from this, or rather away from Gibson.
Yeah, and you never want to be the 3rd card in a 3-card train for that exact reason, because when they start bump drafting, which is totally legal in a race, it will change it, and you're going to be the one that gets caught out. As now Gibson notices that, tries to get a little bit of elbows out there, and he's going to lose a little bit of momentum, and now they're going to go side by side down the main straightaway. So Gibson, a half move into that corner. Landon Buer not sure where to go. Do you help your teammate, or do you take the spot? He takes the spot, and now Jackson Gibson to 2nd. Landon Buer is on the scene and up to 3rd, and Jackson Deal with a big gap up in the lead now.
And that kind of shows the hand. Gibson waiting for a chance to pop out like that. The problem is, chose the wrong time, because now they have to regroup and work together, co-opetition, so to speak, to give it a get back up to Deal here from 0.6 lost. It's going to take about a full lap or 2, if not 3, nearly the whole rest of this race just about to get right back up to them in trouble.
Yeah, that looked to be Jackson Gibson. They're dropping a wheel. It is so easy to do around this place, pushing as hard as you can, and the young driver made a mistake, is now back through for second. You can see Caleb Tarter with a move, kind of pushed his teammate a little bit out there. Now this front four has gone spread out a good bit after some mistakes and hard racing, but Jackson Deal not complaining about that at all, as now he can set sail and try to pull away for this heat race victory.
Once again, you pressurize a mistake, you end up having said mistake. In this case, Gibson was the one left out, so to speak, amongst the teammate dynamics. Ends up getting pressurized out from the second spot. And now, just like that, Tarter is absolutely flying. He's closed up a fair bit this lap, it looks like, visually at least so far. Just seems to be in a good rhythm and just about drafting distance.
Yeah, just about in drafting distance at this rate. He will catch him, no problems. Again, this is why it's so difficult. It's tough to run this track with no reference. You hear the draft talk all the time, and that plays a big part. But equally as much, in my opinion, is knowing a general idea where the braking zones are and being able to push that extra little bit harder, now knowing that, hey, the first guy made it through cleanly. I can go that little bit more than he can and still make it fine. So Jackson Deal at the front of the field, continuing to have his gap shrink as this whole group from second on back is catching him. But the first one that's going to be on the scene is Caleb Tarter. And judging by the pace he's had, it won't be too long from now.
And the amount of laps we get is going to be interesting. We're already coming up to lap 10 here, already under a minute to go. We'll see how they keep things scored here. As we talked about with the format for today, a little bit of a bobble for Tarter. Tarter seems to be in position, just has to limit the mistakes. That mistake might potentially cost him, and now is put him up for grabs by his teammate.
Yeah, and you can see there Landon Buer makes the move, and that's not ideal. Now, all that progress that Tarter has done has just been undone by a mistake that he made on the backside of the course in turn 9, and he's going to have to find a way to get all of that time back yet again. 18 seconds is the amount of time left, and then we'll have the 2 extra laps afterwards as well. So there is about 3 laps to go, but it is going to be tough if you don't work together. And so if you're Tarter now, you have a little bit of a conundrum. Do you want to push your teammate, or do you want to try to make the move knowing that you've just almost reeled in Jackson Deal on your own? So I think he's choosing to push right now, but it wouldn't surprise me if he tries to go by at some point. But they are making significant progress on this lap. As you can see, that gap to Jackson Deal, only about 3 to 4 kart lengths now.
And now down to 2, in fact, with some of the bumping and some of the arrow pushing to try and draft ahead. Gibson really trying to push the issue too as the caboose of that train, as they try and get within 3-4 car lengths. Deal still, I think, is in a great spot. Problem's going to be, will his teammates leave him out to dry here with what's likely going to be the final lap coming up next time by here? That's going to be the huge question.
Yeah, Deal not in an enviable situation in the lead, but he has 3 karts that have ran him down from a second back. And usually when that happens, they are not going to be too patient. But it's also 2 to go, so Deal knows that you can afford to block from this point on and be fine. The second group not going to catch them more than likely, so Jackson Deal has the opportunity to go low, which he does just that. Ooh, a little bit of a move back to the racing line. That is a little bit questionable, but Deal continues on the line there. Not going to push it too hard. There's Jackson Gibson trying to make a move for third. Door does not open up for him, and they get spread out of line a little bit. Here's Gibson. A very good move through the boot to get that third spot. Just kind of went out of line, picked the spot, got right back in line, and now he's up to third as they go on to the final lap. And we get set to go for the extra racing for the race lead. Gibson Deal continues to lead, but Landon Buer is right there in tow.
Deal so far has had very minimal mistakes, has shown some good aggression as well, and balancing it out with patience. Oh, some aggression behind yet again. Gibson saying, let's go launch through to try and get a second, force the 220 off in Buer.
Yeah, and you can see a big exit, or a big mistake on exit there from Buer. You got kind of pushed wide. He's going to get pushed wide again. He's almost in the barriers on the exit of turn number 10. Going through the grass, sliding through. He's lost about 12 spots there, as there's Davin Roberts back in the field. So that race completely came undone for Landon Buer. But as they come through the final corner, it's going to be a heat race victory here for Jackson Deal.
Nicely done, nicely executed. With everything that happened, especially with Gibson's aggression, built the buffer early, kept the buffer even when the pressure started to build, kept composed, didn't make any slip-ups or mistakes. Ends up holding on by half a second.
Yeah, that was a composed race for Jackson Deal, a mature drive from him, and he walks away with the victory. Further down the list, though, I mean, taking a look at how far down Landon Buer ended up, that was a nightmare last lap for the MPG Motorsports driver. He falls all the way down to 8th, so not as bad as I thought it was initially, but still, that's valuable points, valuable track position that's gone. Nick Eggleston rebounded to 4th after the off-track excursion later early on in the race, so take a look at the results here, and you can see just how good Jackson Deal was able to pull away, despite having a lap time that really was not that impressive. He was all the way down in 11th in terms of fastest lap, but Jackson Deal walks away with the win ahead of Jackson Gibson, Caleb Tarter in 3rd, Nick Eggleston 4th, Shitoro Sunakawa in the 5th spot, Darren Kidd 6th, Davin Roberts after the half spin rebounds to 7th, Landon Buer down to 8th, Kai Mars in 9th, and Derek Wargo rounds out your top 10 here in Junior Max.
Yeah, strong race to start things off. Maltestia, give him a shout out to 11th after the troubles to start things off for today. Went off and hit the cones at one point, in fact, to start off the race. Still gets an 11th place run.
Yeah, good run there from Alatista. Again, also had a off in qualifying as well. So that is not the worst way to start off his day. And as track pickup continues, we've got the Master Max drivers on grid, getting up set to go next here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
All set to get back to racing here from Cincinnati, as it looks like the Masters getting ready to show how they can go to the max. And Masters Max here in this one, Emery.
Yeah, this should be a fun race again. We saw in qualifying 3 guys very close together. So I think this is going to be interesting to watch indeed. So, I mean, Masters Max qualifying again. We saw Rencio Martin on pole position, John Bonanno in second. Those are 2 of the most stout master drivers in recent memory, with Ray Vanak in the 3rd spot. Then Chris McGinley, Bo Amato, Pop, Clyde in the 6th spot, and then John Todd and Dallas Hoff all rounding out your field. But the battle for the top 3 should be a fun one here as we get set for the start, Justin.
It should be a great one for the racing as a whole as they double them up real quickly before they get started here. We talked about how will the racing play out now that they're all grouped together, ready to show off their racecraft. Let's find out as they make their way to the start box here.
Yeah, getting set to go for the start of Masters Max. It's 10 minutes, 2 laps the distance. Bonanno and Martin on the front row. Let's bring the action here. For the first time all weekend, the Masters are green and going, and it's Martin leading into turn number 1.
Nicely done for Martin, able to close things off side by side for his 3rd spot. Quickly swaps around, but Martin already being pressurized by Bonanno. Bonanno trying to take a peek. Already looking defensive at this point, no surprise for Martin. Does not want to give up the clean air in the months things and doesn't want to give up the lead in the early going in this one.
Yeah, not trying to give up the lead at all, and you can see there Bonanno pressuring up the hill. We'll see how aggressive he is, knowing that there's really no need to be overly aggressive here. With all 3 of the top 3 being so competitive and so close, you know that there's no real point in making a whole lot of passes early in the going, because it's all down to track position late in the race. Early in the race, with this small of a field, it's really just going to be about making sure that you work together, don't tear anything up, and try to survive until the end of the race, and then make some moves in the last few laps.
Exactly. Right now, Martin seems to have the rhythm in the early going, has the short run pace. Thing is, out in Colorado, we've seen whoever started on the pole, pull away sometimes up to near a full second. And then once the tires started to get heated up, really, the gaps reduced significantly. And I mean completely to the point where the race lead shuffled back and forth and changed hands by the midway point of the run. Does that happen today? We'll see as the sunshine starts to say hello around the racetrack.
Yeah, Rencio Martin says hello to the race lead again as he's still there. Bonanno getting all out of shape there out of turn number 12. And again, this group of 3 continuing to work together, continuing to be patient with each other. And these guys, a lot of experience, a lot of racecraft, a lot of success. They know what they're doing. Martin leading in his techno court, continuing to put the laps down. And I mean, this is a fun track to drive. It's fun to kind of get yourself in a rhythm around here. So I bet if you're Rencio Martin, it's just kind of pulling off laps. You know Bonanno's not going to push the envelope too much. You've had a lot of experience racing him. It's just down to a game of patience, a game of chess, and that game won't be finished until tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, but it's also, when it comes to a game of chess, it's a long game. It's not quite as simple as, okay, here's my move right here, right now. It's a game where you have to be able to think up to 10, 20 moves ahead sometimes. And for a lot of these drivers, that's kind of the mindset having to be taking place. You have to think, okay, the gap's growing right now, but what's the move that's going to get me back in a position to gain later on? How am I going to be able to pounce later on in this run? There's still 7 minutes on the clock plus the 2 laps, mind you. So Martin, right now, seems to be setting the chess piece of, I like to be the one who is to be chased. Bonanno seems to be almost in the position of, I want to be the chaser for that second half of the race in a few minutes.
Yeah, it's kind of a mindset of, do you want to play the Rui Lopez? Do you want to be more on the defensive side of things, or do you want to straight up open middle type of game where you make it an aggressive type of race. And right now, I think none of these guys at the front want anything to do with sheer aggression. I think Bonanno and Martin content to just run these laps, not be ultra aggressive, save the tires a little bit, and continue on moving their pawn, advancing their pawns, and sort of filling out the middle of the board. So again, this is kind of going to be a little bit of a waiting game here to see when Bonanno wants to push the envelope. Martin controlling the board early on in this race.
And interesting enough, they have just about ran away from Banach in all of this as well. They've pulled away from McGinley, who's pulled away from Amato. We've seen them go back and forth before in the practice and qualifying. So we're starting to really see the true pace, the true consistency out of a lot of these drivers in race conditions now, to where they really separate on the racetrack. But Banach, though, needs to be able to find something if he wants to keep up with these top two, because they're slowly now breaking away in what is becoming a quasi-working together pack.
Yeah, this is essentially what you would see in some Briggs racing, which is going on right now in Pittsburgh. The CKNA Summer Nationals features a lot of drafting and a lot of working together at the front of the field. Not quite any bump drafting going on in this one, but again, if I mentioned the Rui Lopez opening earlier, this would be a lot more of a stalemate so far in this race. And I mean, one could even argue that we're seeing something of a Berlin defense here by Laurencio Martin. Not too much aggression going on the defensive side of things. He's just been able to consistently pull the pace where he needs to be to give himself a couple kart lengths advantage and continue to keep John Bonanno at bay. Again, I don't think either of them are too concerned about making the move, especially in Bonanno's case. He does not really need that lead as of now. Maybe at the end of the heat, maybe in a couple laps, but he's content to save us stuff. He clearly has the pace to stick with Martin. They've dropped Ray Banach behind a good bit, and I think the two of them just kind of feeling each other out. This is a little bit of a testing period, round number one of a long, drawn-out fight.
Yeah, the first of the 3 different races today, when you think about it. But so far, it's been well contested from Martin. These final 4 minutes or so on the clock, at least. Some of these other drivers we're keeping an eye on. Amato is trying to find a way to get some giddy up to close up the McGinley. And up at the front, you don't really need to push yet with how some of the depths, the intervals are going yet until the final couple laps, so you don't lose the chances later on. But others, when it's a 2-second gap, you need to push. When it's a 2 car length gap, you have a little bit more leeway on your push lap.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit more leeway indeed. And right now, again, 2 kart lengths for Laurencio Martin. 3 minutes and 2 laps to go. That works out to be roughly 5 to 6 laps for Laurencio. And again, the Techno Kart, he's been consistently smooth and consistent. Bonanno can push up in the first half of the track and get almost there. But again, this is in a game of chess. This has turned into a bit of a close Sicilian defense here. I mean, Martin is just keeping that small gap in hand to where he does not need to defend. He doesn't really want to, I don't think. I think he's content to just kind of run his laps, run his race. But Bonanno's not even close enough to really push. So there's very little openings for an opportunity in a maneuver. So Bonanno, again, if this was the final, maybe you're looking at it a little bit differently, a little bit more aggressively. But right now, I think content to just live with the closed board and work with what he's got in second. Try to learn as much as he can and take that to the bank for later on.
Yeah, right now, I think what he's learning is he's better in the middle sector, I think, right now, Bonanno, but he's not as good in the final corners. And what I mean by that is each time he goes to the final corners through turns 14, 15, 16, loses time. Martin's got a little bit more boost coming out of that section. Martin, in this part of the racetrack, though, just seems to be having to let it roll a little bit more compared to what Bonanno's been able to be comfortable doing. And in particular, Bonanno gains a lot of time right about here. It's where he closes up that extra kart length to be able to keep up right nearly to the back end of the kart.
Yeah, he's almost there. He's almost got the chance but he just kind of washes out in the second half of that track just a little bit, and that carries him away from a chance of an overtake down the main straightaway. This time, though, a very smooth exit, but he hits the grass. He just overdrove it just a touch there, and by the time he recovers that speed, it's too late down the straightaway to make a move. And so, again, Bonanno trying to find an opening, try to find that piece to attack, that opportunity to exploit, but it's just not there yet. But I think, again, early on in the race, or early on in the weekend, a lot of time to possibly make that move. So Bonanno in the lead, or Bonanno in second, Martin in the lead, down through the rest of the field. A little quick look down at some of the guys that we might not have been able to cover quite as much in this race. You can see in third position, Ravenok has just slowly but surely gotten pulled away from by Martin and Bonanno. Then you have Chris McGinley, who's worked his way into fourth after qualifying. Bo Amato's in the fifth spot, keeping McKinley pretty honest. And then Pop Glide in the sixth spot, not too far away from that battle with John Todd and Dallas Hoff rounding out your field. So Martin continues to lead, Bonanno in second, and Banach has closed back up a bit here in the third spot.
Yeah, this has been entertaining to watch, though, throughout all of this so far. But as the clock reaches zeros here, still a couple more laps to work with. I think Martin's potentially got this. He's now in push mode, and that push mode is just that extra little bit quicker. We started seeing glimpses of that at the end of the qualifying session. Those glimpses have now become full focus with how much gap he's been able to build up this lap. How about an extra 4, 5, 6 kart lanes he's built up so far this lap? Martin is absolutely flying.
Yeah, Rencio Martin has really put the bit between his teeth and has continuously pulled out that gap in the last couple laps. So Martin, a good race for him as he's controlled the pace, controlled it brilliantly, and now on to the last couple laps here, he's kept Bonanno very much at bay. So again, Martin continuing to drive smoothly, continuing to just sort of eke out that last little bit of gap that kind of makes it to where Bonanno is never really threatening him. So impressive stuff from Martin as they've continued to gap the rest of the field.
Yeah, the question's going to be, can he keep it up all those races? Bonanno seems to be trying to bounce back this lap, has responded pretty well. He has the fastest lap, mind you, and the previous time by got within another thousandth of it. So Bonanno's trying as hard as he can, but being up 2/10. Don't know if it's going to be enough here, even with the interval coming up to this final lap or so here.
Yeah, on to the final lap here we go. Martin has been very, very good in this race. He just controlled it smoothly, never really put a foot wrong. We've seen Bonanno drop wheels a couple times. We've seen him try to find that opening, try to find the chance to make a move. But in heat number one, Martin seems to have it under control. The last lap again, you see this is where Martin has kind of struggled a bit as the first half of the lap. But once he gets to the second half, it has been money, and Martin has just put on a display. Is again washed out a little bit wide on exit of turn 6, and that's going to give Bonanno a shot here up the hill. We'll see how aggressive he wants to push it.
Yeah, remember there's still multiple races. There's still time to try and get the battle back. Bonanno, don't know if he's close enough here unless Martin really makes a mistake here. Martin just about made the mistake. Does this open up the chance? Not really for the final stretch.
Yeah, Martin, again, he'll have a toe, or Bonanno will have a toe on Martin, but it's not going to be quite enough. Pulls out at the last second, and Rencio Martin wins heat number one ahead of John Bonanno, Ray Banach, and the rest of your Masters Max field.
And Martin just dominated that one flag to flag. Bonanno nearly forced the mistake. If that came on the second to last lap, Bonanno, I think, makes the move or tries to get alongside, but it's all thumbs up from your top three.
Yeah, this is all three of them will take what they learned, get back to the drawing board, have a bit of lunch, and regroup for their second heat and the pre-final later on today. But for Martin, this has been an impressive display, taking what we saw from him in qualifying, what we've seen from him a lot in the past, and just consistently making the most of it. So Rencio Martin ahead of the field, ahead of the pack, and he will be at the top of everyone's radar here as he gets set to go for the rest of the weekend. But that wraps up Heat 1 for the Masters Max, the second heat of the day overall. We've got Micro Mini coming up next. Minimax and Micromax on track now for their first heat race of the weekend. Again, this has been one of the closest classes all weekend long on the timesheets, and now we'll see how close they are on the racetrack. Jeremy Sinclair with a really good lap earlier on in the day to put himself on pole position, with Renko Varela in the second spot. Nico Katowski and Ashton Woon on row 2. Connor Leipka and Holden Myers on row 3. Enzo De Janeiro had his 2 fastest laps deleted in qualifying for bump drafting. He'll start in the 7th spot. Alongside him is Achilles Severko in the 8th position. Lucas Tarango in 9th, head of Cole Vetter in the 10th spot. And then you get to the micro side of things with Jack Katowski in 11th on pole position for the Micro Max kids. Slate Harrell in 12th, and Anthony Mazzuccolo in the 13th position as they all line up here for their first heat.
And remember, this race distance a little bit shorter, 8 minutes plus 2 laps, so it's going to be just a touch bit shorter, but it's still expected to remain all at the same intensity for Micro and Minimax here today. So I think right now it's going to be a true test for now. What will the pack be like with the draft effect? You have Saint so looking so good. It's going to be interesting how this now plays out up at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. This should be a very fun race to watch here. Again, this is going to be something that is going to be very interesting to watch and monitor as they come down the main straightaway for the first time. How well do these guys work together? How aggressive are they in pushing the issue? You have Renko Varela, you have Jeremy Sinclair on the front row. and they're going to get set to go for their first heat race of the day. We're green here in Minimax.
Clean start and already St-Cyr trying to block things off, able to defend things well, all while I should say, trying to keep within lined up, trying to keep themselves 1-2 here and try and see if they can get a breakaway.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how well do the PSL boys work together and continue to push forward. As Ashton Woon wasting no time getting by Nico Katowski for that third position. Woon led a lot of laps last week, and he's led a lot of laps all year long in the mini categories. Rotax package, though, a different beast. He's off to a good start here as they get set to go for the first time through the sweeper. And at the front of the field again, the two PSL machines working their way forward. The Viral Arts continue to push forward for the Red Army. There's a move by Enzo De Janeiro for the fourth spot as he gets around Katowski and now will set his sights on Woon and the rest of the top three.
Looking like they're going to go for a swap, though, up front. Take a look at that. Well, able to make the pass. Able to make the swap around for the start and finish line. So St-Cyr forced back to second. How aggressive do they treat each other? That's the huge thing. They've already got a 3-car breakaway with everything figuring out so far, but it's Woon who's that third car. That's going to be major pressure the rest of the way with everything Woon's been able to do here at this racetrack recently.
Yeah, Ashton Woon, there is no doubting his incredible pace that he's shown all year long. Really, his entire career in mini Swift, mini Max, the mini cadet categories, he has been rapid. As St-Cyr looks like he maybe dropped half a wheel there on the exit of turn 10. That'll allow Woon to go by in the sweeper, and it allows for a pretty big gap for Varela at the front of the field. De Janeiro continuing to work his way forward. He's got a chance now to move forward in the fourth spot with Katowski really not far behind him in the fifth spot. So down the main straight, whoa, that was a late move there by De Janeiro at the last second. That might not be something that the race officials are too thrilled about, but you can see there down into turn number 1, Katowski was able to get the move done on De Janeiro, and this top 5 accordion back together a bit.
Yeah, I was about to say for De Janeiro, a good recovery so far from the bump drafting penalty from the qualifying session to be in the lead pack essentially here with 5 minutes to go. Started off at 9th, still able to get up to the top 5 or so. That's pretty solid in terms of pace and showcases that kart, even with that bumping we talked about, still going to be very fast to be able to keep an eye on for the races here today.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a fun day of racing, and I also think the draft is going to play a big role in terms of condensing the field together, because right now Varela clearly has a lot of pace, but Woon right there on him, and see as soon as they make a move, it's just going to swap that around. It's going to look like Varela has a lot of pace, but it's really the amount of effect the draft has in this mini category is really noticeable around this racetrack. And now you can see Woon, he wants to lead for the first time all weekend. Ashton Woon to the point here in Minimax as he leads ahead of Varela and St-Cyr. It's Ashton Woon, it's St-Cyr and Varela at the front of the field. And how about it for Nico Katowski in the 4th spot aboard his Barrard as well. So those top 4, De Janeiro in 5th, all of a big gap to the rest of the field. But Woon is in charge of the train.
But how long does he stay in front of the train is the question. We've seen how tactical he can be with his racing last week. I think he can be very tactical as the race leader here today. The thing's going to be how Varela handles things himself here. We've seen he is not afraid to be bold at the last moment for the qualifying. He's being bold to turn 1.
Yeah, Varela takes the lead there now to the inside take here. And Katowski going to try on Woon. It looks like one of them will get through. Both of them will get through as Katowski kind of edges Woon out to the edge of the track there, and he moves up to the 3rd spot. So at the front of the field now, Varela up ahead of the rest of this pack, and you can see now just how they all kind of get a little bit more spread out on the exit of turn 4, and they condense by the end of the lap. So again, Woon going to have to regroup now from the 4th spot. He'd done all that work to move up through the field, and now it's just been undone in the matter of about 4 corners.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if it's going to be safe to even be the leader with how they're racing right now, because it might be almost secure to be in position from the 2nd spot if you're able to get the run for the final lap. That's going to be a huge question that will be showcased throughout the day today. Will it be safer as the leader or safer at the second spot? Depending on how the slate around goes. Teammates, though, working together to try and break away again is a bright spot right now. St-Pierre seems pretty content to ride second for now until an opportunity opens. Communicate with his teammate, and now they go for the swamp.
Yeah, there we go. Let's go for a pass there, and you can see now again at the front of the field for the first time since the opening couple laps, St. Kira in the lead, Katowski in third. That makes it a Burrell Art 1-2-3. So they have not been too focused on working together, but St. Kira up to the race lead now, and we'll see how aggressive this pack wants to be. I mean, they've been able to still pull away from the rest of the field, even with the amount of passes they've been doing.
Yeah, I think that showcases just the speed of the karts that they have underneath them for today. If you have a good kart, even with the slipstream, you're able to be able to break away. If you don't have the speed in the kart, it's a tough battle. We'll phrase it like that right now for some of the drivers. But you have teammates 1, 2, and essentially 3 up here. We're all just essentially communicating one another, and that's going to be hard to break up if you're Woon.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough to break up for Woon. But again, we've seen him do it once already in this race. He started in 4th, had to pass all 3 of these guys up in his run through the field. We'll see if he can do it again. But again, Sekir really has found a rhythm in this race that early on he didn't seem to have all that much. And now him and Varela have the chance, along with Katowski, to work together and somewhat break away from the rest of this group. As De Janeiro and Woon definitely have the pace, but like you mentioned, it'll be tough to make moves if they're all line astern and working together.
Exactly, and right now, Katowski might be the weak link for Woon if he chooses to be able to pounce here. The tough part's going to be closing up the gap. There's still less than 50 seconds on the clock right now. And now this seems to be the calm before the storm almost, with how things have now really settled down here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just something where you realize now it's Heat 1. You're in a safe top 3 position. You're still going to make a pass attempt eventually, but right now, with 3 to go, with kind of the group starting to spread out a little bit, does not seem like the time to push the envelope a little bit or too much there. And you can see St. Kira looks back, sees a Silverella behind him, and he knows that he has some sense of security, and we'll see how patient these mini drivers are as they come down to get the 2 sticks in the air. At the micro side of things, Jack Katowski continues to lead ahead of Anthony Manizolo as well as Slate Harrell. So that battle's all right there close together and condensed together. But in the mini side of things, Sekira continues to lead this one.
Yeah, they took that 2 to go mark. Should see the white flag in theory this time by. And it looks like Marella starting to get a little bit bump drafty, trying to say, we gotta go, we gotta go. There's been no close-up, though, for Woon. In fact, Woon is dropping and dropping fast in terms of time. He's dropped nearly a full second back your race leader. That's not going to be able to do much there on the long-run pace. And Katowski seems to be struggling for that turn 9, 10, 11 complex.
Yeah, he's really struggled to find the pace here in the second half of the race. Maybe a bit too high on tire pressure. Maybe they missed the tune a little bit and overheated the engine. Not sure exactly what it is for Ashton Woon, but clearly not in the right state of mind there. So he drops a wheel on the exit of the final corner. That'll put him under fire from Enzo De Janeiro as they hit the white flag. De Janeiro stays in line, and at the front of the field is a 2-kart breakaway, 2-kart battle for the lead. Let's see what happens. St. Kira goes defensive in turn 2.
Trying to hold on here. Villa trying to go outside on the move. More defensive maneuvers, trying to set up the crossover.
Yeah, tried to set up the crossover, but it is tough to go outside offline. Oh, Varela sent one in there late on St. Kira. And again, you get offline, you lose not 1, you lose 2 spots. As through goes Nico Katowski.
Katowski in prime position to take advantage, but St. Pierre right now in position to run 3 wide behind him for a moment as Woon gets shuffled again.
And there, the big winner, that was Enzo De Janeiro up to the 3rd spot. Woon's going to go back by for 3rd, and De Janeiro gets shuffled back. So the top 2 settle themselves out, and the back 3 are still going at it as Woon goes to the line against St. Cyr at the line, and Jeremy St. Cyr able to hang on for the 3rd spot. But it is at the front of the field, a dominant performance for the PSL boys, controlling this race from start to finish. It just ended up being Lorenko Varela walking away at the front, of absolute front in P1. Nico Katowski in 2nd. Jeremy St. Cyr rebounds to 3rd, a 1-2-3 for the boys in red, with Ashton Woon and Enzo De Janeiro rounding out the top 5 after an eventful final lap.
An eventful one, absolutely, for them on that final lap. And I think Valera played that near perfectly here in terms of the yo-yo effect amongst them, to be able to try and check things out, and better yet, to be able to leave St. Cyr in position to be crossed over like that and set up for the move for the win. Nicely done from Kart 164.
Yeah, very good run there for Varela. He's able to walk his way into P1 after a very daring last lap move in turn 6. So let's walk through the rest of the top 10. Katowski in 2nd, Jeremy St. Cyr in 3rd, Ashton Woon 4th, Enzo De Janeiro 5th, and then Holden Myers, Lucas Durango, Connor Leifka, Achilles Saberko, and Cole Vetter round out your top 10 in a battle that we didn't get to see nearly enough of over the course of that race due to just how exciting the front of the field was. On the micro side of things, Jack Katowski able to win by half a second over Anthony Mazzuccolo, with Slate Harrell in the 3rd position. So that wraps up Micro Minimax. We've got a short break in the schedule, and then we'll be back for the final first heat of the day before the lunch break. The Senior Max guys getting set to go for their first heat here on Kart Chaser. It's time to go racing for the first time today in Senior Max. And we've got a stacked field ready to do battle yet again here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati again for the final heat race before we get set to go on the lunch break. Let's take you through the starting lineup, which has changed a little bit in the last hour and a half since this class went out for qualifying. It's Diego Ramos on pole position, which was exactly what happened in qualifying, but from second on back, there's been a change, and that's because Cooper Auclair, the J3 Comp Kart driver, is been disqualified from qualifying due to a chain guard that came loose, so he will start shotgun on the field in 18th position. But at the front of the field, back at the front, it's Ramos and Timothy Pernot on row 1, Oliver Hodgson and Zachary Clemente-Mello row 2, Theo Kikati and Ben Hernandez on row 3, Wes Gunwar and Aiden Fox make it all Fox and Son row number 4, and Austin Olds and Aiden Marinko make it row number 5. So we get set to go here for the first time all day. 3 wide at the start. That is definitely going to be a waved off start, and it gives us more time to go through the rest of the field, Justin.
Yeah, that didn't look ready whatsoever, but we can tell you 11th spot for this start was Gavin Bailiff with Yash Rampal in 12th. Then you have Chris Harrell, who started 13th, Kai Bowden Vicino in 14th. Lida finished in 15th, the qualifying, Mercer 16th. Then it's Brian Buchholz 17th. Then Bazitas did not take part in the practice or the qualifying, 18th in front of Auclair. It looks like lights are still flashing, yes, for that start, as a good portion of the field did not get doubled up, it seemed like.
Yeah, we'll see if they're more organized on the second run through. So Diego Ramos certainly is completely used to leading a start. Timothy Pernot, of course, with all his success in Canada, is pretty used to it as well. And then you go through Oliver Hodgson and Zachary Clemente-Mello. This is a stacked first 2 rows all against that. We'll see how it looks like this time. Still pretty quick, but a lot more organized and a lot more ready to get the green flag as we get set to go for Senior Max. And into turn number 1, Pernot's going to hang the outside ahead of Ramos. What a move there from Timothy Pernot as he shoots into the lead here coming through turn 2 and 3.
Much later on the start, obviously, there, Pernod able to take advantage pretty quickly on Ramos. All that's well, still holding on to the spot is Hodgson for the 3rd position here. But ZCM trying to keep things pretty tight from 4th on back.
Yeah, Zachary Clemente-Mello trying his best to keep it close at the front of the field. Of course, it's a long heat race. 10 minutes and 2 laps gives you a lot of time to work through and continue moving forward. But you got to go early and you got to go often. And Oliver Hodgson has just gone to second ahead of Diego Ramos. So Ramos not the first lap he would have wanted for. As they come to the end of lap number 1, we'll try to see what happens. Whoa, we got, looks like a red flag possibly here as everyone slows down to halt. A red flag here in Senior Max. Looks like 2 karts off in turn number 6 might be the cause of the red flag, but this will put a damper on everything as now the rest of the field will slot together and we'll have to re-rack them and get set to go as the red flag has halted heat number 1 here in Senior Max.
Pierce at least 3 karts on scoring to not get going there really since the first lap. Kikati, Hernandez, and Mercer. Take your pick on any of those 3 potentially. So not the way, obviously, as said, you want this race to start, not how you want to heat to start. That was towards that middle to back grouping in terms of where a lot of those karts just mentioned started off this race.
Yeah, middle to back grouping indeed. And again, hoping that everyone is okay to have 3 karts out on the lap 1. Theo Kikati, Ben Hernandez. You see Hernandez in turn 6 there is one of the karts that is off. Again, not exactly sure. They're still cycling them around, so I'm not exactly sure where they're going to stop these drivers. But again, a red flag. Kikati, Hernandez seems to be fine. You can see him at the corner of turn 6. So something has happened on the backside of the track with Theo Kikati, I believe. Either him and Nick Mercer, the 2 of them, are the 2 karts that are unaccounted for here. So we'll get some information on that. As you can see there, Kikati just slowly crawling down the front straightaway as it looks like he might have something wrong, or is he just going to stop there? I'm not sure, but I believe that's Theo Kakati they're getting out of his kart. So that answers one question, but a red flag here early in the going in Senior Max.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, he's getting ready to jump out, or at least is trying to feel something wrong mechanical with the back end of it. So a wild situation in terms of the first lap, but here comes the rest of the field as Kakati continues to feel up those rear tires, and the officials talk things over now and push the 333 back.
I'm not sure what the... Okay, so they're stopping... Everyone's stopping from the front straightaway this time around. You can see they're probably going to reorganize. I'm not sure if it will be a full race restart since the whole field did not finish the first lap. That might trigger a full race restart. As you can see, the rest of the field sliding through. Looks like they're going to set them up to go side by side, which would indicate that it is going to be a full restart here. So Theo Kakati going to have to move his kart out of the way. As you can see, Pernod kind of moving it around the outside of him there. But as everyone gets sorted out, it looks like they're going to be a second here to sort the grid out, and we'll get an exact word on what the situation is, as Pernod now has his outstanding start to the race wiped away as Diego Ramos goes back to the inside.
Yeah, this should be, in terms of how, if and how, when they get things back going here, though, going to make things even more tricky here, as it looks like some of the drivers talk things over.
Yeah. Helmets are starting to come off, so I think maybe it's a longer red flag, or at least one that they're going to be a little bit of time. It looks like a full race restart based off of the way that they're organizing the grid. You can see Theo Kakati's into the 5th spot. You can see Ramos and Pernod on row 1, Hodgson and ZCD on row 2. So just a little bit of a bizarre situation here, but I think they're getting it all sorted out.
Yeah, but overall, again, we talked about this during the practice portion. This was expected to be an extremely competitive class, and I think it's kind of lived up to that so far today. So right now, the competition ever so fierce. At the very least, they're friendly and cordial with one another before they go full intense mode. What's expected to be an intense full start, so to speak.
Yeah. No, this has been a very clean race up to this point. As you see Cooper O'Clair talking with a couple of his teammates, talking with Kakati and Hodgson. So the J3 guys kind of reconvening together. You can see Pernod on the front row with Diego Ramos. The white suit and the red suit makes it very easy to tell the two of them together. And they'll get set up and go. As they're now finishing up track cleanup. There's Ben Hernandez's kart. You can see the front fairing destroyed on that thing, which would indicate possibly a flip or something of that sort, but regardless, seems to be okay. And we're re-racking the Senior Max field, so hopefully they get back going pretty soon here. As Pernod, again, off to a nice start. All for naught, as he'll have to start around on the outside of the front row again as everyone starts to get back towards their karts.
Yeah, that was a great start when we got going initially for Pernod in particular, because there was a fair amount of tire spin, I think, from Ramos on that inside line. That's what put him on the back foot, going up to that start box and to that starting zone. So I think right now for Pernod, you do that again in terms of time it up, keep the kart straight, get the squeeze, get the better run on corner exit, get the pass done. I think it's doable yet again for Pernod if you time it up just right to be able to try and keep the lead if we get to that positions again.
And you can see there in the background, Austin Olds moving his kart around. See, this is what I think takes a little bit of extra time. Is Olds actually, I'm not sure if they taking his kart off of the grid altogether there. That's interesting. We'll see if we can get a little bit of a view to the left of the scoring pylon. And or left of the timing tower and see what's going on with Austin Olds here, because they took his kart away from the grid, which, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on with Austin Olds. I'm not sure exactly what that will do to the order, but altogether, kind of interesting situation here is the drivers, again, waiting to get back in their karts. You see ZCD getting back in, Solid and Fox getting back in as well, so these guys are going to get set to go here in just a minute, but I'm not sure exactly what's happening with Austin Olds. We'll see if we can get an eye on that, because Olds slated to start around 10th, just ended up getting pulled off the grid at the last minute there as everyone else starts to get into their karts.
It looks like for the most part they appear to be ready to try and get back going here after that. So now it's just a matter of get the last of those in the karts, then get the word from race control. You see race control just about in position to get us at least fired back up, I think.
Yeah, looks like they're getting set to go again. Everyone has their helmets on. They're back in the karts, suited, booted, ready to go. So this will be a full restart. Might lose a little bit of time off of it. I'm not exactly sure the procedure on that, but we are going to see a full race restart, which means Timothy Pernod, Diego Ramos, everything they did on the first lap is going to be reset. Oliver Hodgson, we saw that movie made on Ramos at the end of lap 1. That's also going to get reset. And Cooper O'Clair is going to have to make up a lot of spots again from the back of that grid. So a lot of storylines to follow here. Not sure what happened with Austin Olds, but at the front of the field, Ramos and Pernod re-rack them, repack them, and see who can come out on top here in the senior max heat number 1.
And it appears they did give the 1 to go signal to the drivers, so they'll just go to the warm-up, then double them up once again. They've already confirmed things with the drivers, it appears, as they get themselves back to tire temperatures. The clouds starting to settle over the racetrack, by the way. So this is going to change the track temperatures just that little bit here before we get back to this racing. And we'll see how this full restart goes.
Yeah, I got a full restart 2x2. This should be interesting to watch here to see exactly how it all pans out. But Ramos going to have another crack at the cherry. Another shot at P1. Again, he did not get a good start last time around. It was Pernod that got a really good start from the second spot to get himself into the lead. They're all in line again, getting set to go for the green flag. Everyone in a nice, orderly fashion. We're getting set for Senior Max. Let's get it back underway. Diego Ramos, Timothy Pernod, we're green here in heat number 1.
Oh, they did it again, though, for the high side, but look at that cut all the way to the bottom. Clayman DeMello able to get a great run to start off the race. This time it looks like.
Yeah, ZCD doing ZCD things, 4th to 1st and 2 corners. Impressive from the Canadian as they come into turn number 6 now. Zachary Clement DeMello in the lead. It's really stacking up the field behind him. Pernod, Ramos, Hodgson, Theo Kakati as well in the mix. And it's a big train of go-karts all the way down through the top 10, and there already ZCD going defensive on the opening lap. Ramos going to squirt to the inside of Pernod and pick up a spot as Hodgson tries to follow him through.
And how one start goes makes all the difference, right? Oh, look at that cut. Hodgson crossed up a couple drivers there to get back to second.
Yeah, Hodgson crossed over Ramos. Pernod got shuffled wide as well. And here comes Oliver Hodgson to the race lead. Ramos going to push him through. ZCD going to cross back over on Ramos. And it's all a big hornet's nest from second on back with Clement DeMello up in the second spot as Oliver Hodgson leads for the first time today.
Looks like Akati's been able to regroup from that situation with his kart. And guess what? He's already up to 4th spot 2. How about that for Kakati? He's got the smarts, it looks like, to try different lines, to try and pierce his way to the top 3. Just trying to find different ways to poke and prod on Ramos.
Yeah, Diego Ramos looked invincible at the early part of the days. Oh, problems there on the outside for Aiden Fox as he dropped a wheel. And how about ZCD back to the lead? Zachary Clemenemo up to P1 again. Ramos to second. Oh, contact further back. Kakati's got into it with Timothy Pernod. Pernod is not happy. Kakati's not happy. And 2 of your main protagonists out in the early going in heat number 1.
And a fair bit of damage possibly to Kakati's card, so not the greatest of starts here for the east side for Kakati all of a sudden. CCD, I should say. Meanwhile, he's having to play aggressive defense with Ramos, trying to hound the back end, trying to force a mistake out of him. Last time we've seen huge defense in that section. Pass to the outside, Ramos got it.
That was sick from Diego Ramos around the outside of ZCD. Cleared him before the braking zone, cut in front of him, and got the move done. So now Ramos with some clear track. But for his teammate Timothy Pernod, a tale of two starts. The red flag before that, he has gotten to the race lead with a couple kart lengths of advantage. And now after the red flag, in dead last after a crash with Theo Kakati. So unfortunate for Pernod, but for Diego Ramos now, he'll see if he can stretch his legs and show the pace that he's shown all weekend long in the senior max category. As you can see, ZCD trying to keep up with him, only about a kart length or two back, so he's not fully out of the woods. But for Ramos, that move in turn 6 laps time was a power move and indicative of what we can expect from the Brazilian going forward.
Oh, by the way, guess who's up to 5th already? Eau Claire has gone from dead last all the way to the top 5 and is coming in fast to close up to these karts as well. Eau Claire, after that penalty, making up all the lost ground because of all the restarts.
Yeah, you can see Cooper Eau Claire, a lot of pace. I mean, he started this race again in 19th position. There's not even 19 karts out there right now. He has moved his way through the field consistently, and now he's almost up to this lead group. So Eau Claire, what looked like it was going to be a disastrous situation for him to be back and get DQ'd after qualifying, quickly making quick work of the field as they come down the main straight yet again. Ramos, another quick lap in the books, but ZCD staying pretty much in touch here as he continues to try to stay up to date with the Brazilian, who has been rapid all weekend long.
Ramos is now right into full pounce mode in terms of being able to gain the buffer. This is exactly what we've seen in final practice. Around this point, he just started to fly and run and run and run on the pylon. Although with a teammate last time to work with to be able to do so, I think Ramos is going to be very difficult to touch here with how he's been able to handle the racecraft of this course. Hodgson, meanwhile, seems like he's almost, for now, somewhat urgently thinking about a place to pass, but there's no realistic place to pass CCD so far to be able to try and leapfrog second here.
Well, it's also knowing who you're racing as well. You know Zachary Clement de Mello does not give an inch anywhere. And so with a guy like that you're racing against, you have to know when the right move, when the time is right to make a move, because you don't want to get yourself in a match where you're both losing time battling, especially when ZCD's not going to give it up. So for Hodgson, this is about finding the right move as opposed to making the easy move. And I think with Aiden Fox behind him, he doesn't have too much pressure, probably doesn't have the pace to catch up to Ramos. I think he's probably well aware of that. So for him, this is kind of just trying to minimize the risk involved with a battle for second and trying to find the easiest move that loses him the least amount of time, that puts his position least in jeopardy. But Cooper Eau Claire coming back onto Aiden Fox might change the calculus a little bit on that and might make Hodgson a little bit more aggressive.
4 minutes to go here too, by the way. There's the little bit of aggressiveness to the outside. Hodgson, how to make that stick, able to get the second. We talked about calculating the right decision for the move. I think they just calculated the right decision. Hodgson now has to be able to gain about a second or so to get back up there. That's going to be the most difficult part of this race for the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's a very tall mountain to climb for Oliver Hodgson when on his own Ramos has been the quickest kart all weekend long, and now you add in a second buffer between the two. It's going to be tough, but if there's one guy that can do it here, it's Oliver Hodgson. Now ZCD goes defensive again on Aiden Fox, keeps the door closed, but Cooper Eau Claire is going to send it through that door that Fox left open and pick up another spot up to 4th. Wesley Gumbler trying to catch up to this group as well in the 6th spot, and they all are trying to chase down the top 2 of Hodgson and Diego Ramos as Eau Claire all the way to the grass there into turn 1. That was a super aggressive move from Cooper Eau Claire. He's going to get crossed over there, and now Aiden Fox back up to 4th, ZCD up to 3rd.
Yeah, it wasn't going to work in turn one with how shallow he had to take turn one. Cost him so much time. But it's pretty clear that Auclair does not want to stay in that spot. Oh, some contact from Fox.
Yeah, Aiden Fox there giving the bumper to ZCD. That is not going to make ZCD happy. They're side by side up through the S's. A bit of a pinch stop there from Clement DeMello, but as they come down this straightaway again, you can see ZCD hand in his air. He's not happy at all. And this 3-kart battle that once was 3 karts is now going to be 6 karts here in just a second, as we have got an absolute barn burner happening for the 3rd position, as Clement DeMello really is basically holding up the bus here, parking the bus, so to speak, in that 3rd position.
Yeah, and you mentioned not giving an inch. Give and take is kind of a thing, and very big thing when it comes to racecraft. And right now, he is definitely saying, I just want to take everything, hold everything, never give up anything. 5 seconds is a statement and a half when you're talking about deficit. Fox is getting frustrated. He's now going back to the bumper again. That's the 3rd time they touched in 2 laps.
Yeah, Aiden Fox not happy with ZCD, and ZCD not happy at all with Aiden Fox. So we're seeing some very aggressive driving here. You can see Auclair goes a little defensive on Wesley Gumler. That will separate the group briefly. And again, ZCD goes fully defensive. A full line of go-karts has been formed here. And Clement DeMello leading the train down the main straightaway. How about Gavin Bailiff at the tail? Down on power, knows he's down on power, still trying to get what he can out of this weekend. As to the inside in turn 1, ZCD goes defensive. Fox almost drops a wheel. That's going to allow Auclair to get by for the 4th position.
We've seen how quickly Auclair tried to do the business last time he was in this position to make the pass. Had to do it ultra late, but didn't work out because of the ultra lateness. Looks like he's already trying to find a diamond line to get alongside. Just can't get the clear poke around. He needs to be smart on this. Like we talked about, there's under a minute on the clock. You have about 2 to 3, maybe 4 laps to get this job done. And already, CZD seems to know what Auclair is kind of thinking.
Yeah, ZCD is going to be defensive at every corner. And I just completely jinxed that. As ZCD left the door open, Auclair goes down the inside, he crosses back over, and now we're back to square one again. If there's one guy that you know is going to white line it at any given point, it's ZCD. He's going to defend it to turn 2, and this whole pack of go-karts might end up being 8 deep here, as Pernod and Kakati are not that far away now. In particular, Timothy Pernod is now within about 2 to 3 seconds of catching up to this group here. You can see him just in the background. If they keep battling and keep white lining, they might just be backed up. They're going to get back all the way into the group of Chris Harrower and others, but this might turn into a 10 or 11 kart group at the end of this race.
Well, CZD is definitely giving out the turtle shell, so to speak, a pun to the color of the kart here today, the Mario Kart green. Still hard defense. Auclair needs to pounce pretty quickly. Already Fox getting shuffled out to the dirt there as they get ready for the closing stages here in this one.
Yeah, Bailiff going defensive down the inside. Very aggressive defending from Gavin Bailiff. Fox going to try back down the inside in turn number 2 of Yashram Paul. So Gavin Bailiff already up another spot, continuing to work at it. And he is now doing everything he can at the entry of that corner to get as much as he can now, as UCD and Cooper Auclair have pulled a little bit of a gap, a little bit of separation due to this battling. Although Auclair going to try up the S's. That is a brave overtaking move, and it's not quite going to pay off. And now he's going to be under fire from Wesley Gundler.
Yeah, not the greatest of moves there. Gundler, it looks like, saying, okay, I know I'm quicker, but there's no place to go. That was right on top of the curbing from Auclair, too, bottoming out the suspension. Nearly sent him up into the air just about with the run, but it is the final lap. Auclair, if he really wants this spot, wants the podium for Heat 1, he needs to do this right and needs to do it fast.
Yeah, you know that he's got a lot of pace aboard that comp kart. We saw it in qualifying, we've seen it in this race. Passing ZCD, no easy task, and you can see coming into turn number 4 that he's closed back up. Gundler's in 5th. in fifth, with Gavin Bailiff up to sixth. But this whole train of go-karts all the way down to Timothy Pernod at the end of it is extremely close together. And as they come through the turn 10 bend for the final time of this race, Diego Ramos well and truly out in the front. But this battle for third is going to be the story of this last lap. Ramos takes the win in Heat 1. We'll see what happens here with ZCD and Cooper Auclair. Still defending for ZCD. Gumler's going to ship it to the inside. Auclair gets shuffled wide. Chaos happening here, and it's all going to end up in Zachary Clemente holding on to P3 with Gundler, Fox, Bailiff, and the rest of your Senior Max field filing through in the rest of the top 10.
Well, what can you say? Who needs friends when you can have podiums, so to speak? But Ramos up at the very front just showcased again why he's been so lights out fast and why the second he popped up on the entry sheets, the response was, oh boy, we might see a dominant run, and Ramos put up a dominant run in Heat 1.
Yeah, Diego Ramos, pure domination in that heat. Oliver Hodgson, pretty comfortable in second, but you look beyond that, and it is the trenches here in Senior Max. Zachary Clemente finishes third, Wesley Gumler in fourth, Aiden Fox in fifth, Gavin Bailiff in sixth, Cooper Auclair in seventh, Josh Rempel in eighth, Chris Harrower in ninth, Aiden Warinko in 10th. To give you perspective, Timothy Pernod in 12th was stuck to Theo Kakadi on lap 2 of this race, and he ended up only 2 seconds behind ZCD, who was in the lead when that happened. So chaos in this opening Senior Max heat race, and I'm telling you what, if this was any indication of what the rest of the weekend is going to be like in this class, sign me up for it, because that was a lot of fun, Justin.
That was an extreme amount of fun, to say the very least. And now it's the question, how does everyone else play CDM after what they've seen in this respective run in Heat 2 when that rotation starts up at about 1:20 p.m.? It's going to be an interesting question. We'll see what the answer is to that in a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. The question will have to be answered later on, because for now, it's lunch break time. We'll be back at 1:20 for heat number 2. The rest of the heat actions and the pre-finals coming up later today on Kart Chaser. Again, thank you for joining here, and we will be back on the airwaves very soon. Welcome back to Cincinnati. It's round number 1 of the U.S. Trophy East here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati in Batavia, Ohio. My name's Emery Lida, joined again by Justin Prince as we get set to go for heat number 2 of the day. It's Rotax Junior Max on track right now, where we saw a very good heat race, Justin.
Yeah, lots of intensity last time out. Lots of shuffling back and forth, back and forth. Jackson Gibson, in turn, showed a lot of pace, but also a fair amount of aggression to get up to where he was. Now it's the question, how does this race fare out? Especially with what's been an interesting one so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a penalty for Jackson Deal at the end of heat number 1. That would have shuffled him back a bit, but he won on track. He looked very good in the process. And we've had a lot of good parity in this field, but at the front of the field, MPG domination. It's a 1-2-3 to start this race. We saw Jackson Gibson climb up through the field very quickly in the last one, from 6th on the grid all the way up to the lead at one point. So we interested to see that someone's lost their chain guard. That will be an automatic disqualification from the race, or from the heat race, excuse me, as we get set to go for the start of this one. Again, 10 minutes, 2 laps of distance as we get set to go for the second heat. It's Tartar, it's Steele on the front row. Who's going to get the better start? We're looking for a green. Got the slow sign out, got the green flag out, and we're racing into turn number 1.
And again, that outside line is so powerful. Deal able to get the run, and all of a sudden, it's 1-2-3 amongst the team drivers here as they try and shuffle things early on here. Let's keep an eye on how they play things out this time. Remember, some aggression really kicked up for second on back, on track at least, during heat 1.
Yeah, this got very aggressive, very quick in the first heat. There's Davin Roberts with a good start up to the 5th spot as they shuffle through the chicane up to turns 9 and 10, and they are down the back straightaway for the first time all race. How about it for Jackson Deal, controlling this one early in the going. Caleb Tartar right there in tow.
And already seeing some shuffling amongst around Gibson and company as they try and sort out each other. Now to make some moves back there, 4th on back. We'll see where they all line up and stack up as the side-by-sides building up for about 5th on back. That's around where Gibson and Booher is currently battling so far.
Yeah, and you can see there, Nick Eccleston tried down the inside in turn 1 on Jackson Deal. Did not happen, though. As you can see, all of that battling has allowed Davin Roberts. So 2 guys that had difficulties in heat number 1, with Eccleston recovering from going off track early on, and Roberts half spinning early in the race. Both of them got decent finishes, and now in heat 2, they are on the rear bumper of the 2 MPG boys up at the front of the field with a 4-kart breakaway heading on lap number 2. Caleb Tartar, Jackson Deal. We'll see how long they work together. Deal in the similar spot on race 1 did not wait very long. We'll see what he does here in heat number 2. Still going to stick behind his teammate for now, but this 4-kart train is condensing together, and there's a big train behind them starting to come closer.
Yeah, they didn't break the draft fully because everyone's cooperating, everyone's working together to try and stay in line, try and do the iRacing thing almost, and stay in line and work together. Keep it clean from Cincinnati in this case. So far, it looks like Deal is pretty patient with Tartar right now with how they played things out in the early going.
Yeah, right now, Deal content to just push along. He knows this early goings, knows there's no need to try to force anything too crazy. Roberts and Eccleston, though, they feel like they probably need a better result than what they got in heat 1 to get a good starting spot. How about Roberts? Oh, that was a little bit of an awkward situation to be in as Eccleston overdrove the chicane. Roberts tried to get the spot and ended up on the outside of turn 9 there. So it's a little bit of a kart placement weird situation for Davin Roberts, but he gets the move done in the turn 12 hairpin, and all is well. We'll have a few kart links to make up, but Roberts is up to position 3.
It's still, I think, in drafting distance right now as they come across the line. Yes, just around the edge of it. So as long as he has a good lap this time, Roberts does, he's going to be able to keep up and maintain at the very minimum.
Yeah, he should be able to keep up the drafting distance for this, since it looks right on the edge for Davin Roberts. I'd say probably a little bit out as of right now, actually, but Jackson Gibson is the guy in the move right now. He's on his teammate, Nick Eccleston, for that 4th position. They're both pushing each other, but I think that they're going to have to work and be efficient in their overtakes if they want to get back up to the top 2, as Roberts has started to pull away now from Eggleston, and now you can see Jackson Gibson right on the bumper of Eggleston. We'll see how patient he is, knowing that he's now caught him from about a 1.5 seconds back.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one right now. Still 6 minutes on the clock, mind you, in this second heat of the day. And this has been a much tamer race, and at least in my opinion, compared to the first heat so far. We haven't seen too many swaps. In fact, no swaps really for the race lead. They've just all been contained in terms of the regression. No aggression really this one.
Yeah, we're really seeing the top 2 working well together. I think Deal, maybe knowing that he got the penalty in Heat 1, knowing how chaotic that race was, is content to just sort of stay in line in second, keep himself in the game, and then if Davin Roberts catches him, maybe that changes the equation, which Roberts has done a really nice job that last lap, almost purple, and now he is on the back bumper of Jackson Deal. And now that he has pressure, again, we'll see if that changes what Deal is. He's not even going to get the chance, though, as Davin Roberts just sends it to the inside and splits up the 2 MPGs.
Roberts, I think right now is saying, I don't want to be as patient compared to this. I just want to go. I want to get the lead. I want to try and get to the point here. Why not? So right now, within 3/10, that's going to take about a lap maybe to close up fully here for Roberts. With under 5 minutes to go, expecting still to be about the 13, 14 lap race here once again. There's still plenty of time to work with.
Yeah, Davin Roberts is going to continue to catch up here to Caleb Tarter. You can see how much quicker he is out of that hairpin, able to launch up to the back bumper of that Kart Republic, and you can see a little bit of overdriving in the left-hand kink. That will cost them a bit of time, but by the time they get to the end of the back straightaway and into the turn 12 hairpin, it will be pretty close for Davin. Locks up the brakes there on entry through turn 12 and 13, and what was once a 2-kart breakaway is now a 6-kart train at the front of the field, and Davin Roberts has brought the rest of this field right up to Caleb Tarter.
Yeah, and this is almost like the bridge, as it's called, so much as the bridge car for Roberts. But that's just how the draft seems to be for these karts today when it comes to this class in Junior Max. Now, with under 4 minutes to work with here, though, Tarter's starting to pick up the tempo a little bit, making it hard to try and go wheel to wheel now that the tires are up to temp.
Yeah, Tarter has done a really nice job of controlling this race. Consistent pace that he's running it, but Davin Roberts, when he hooks the lap together, has been rapid so far in the second heat, and now he's right on the bumper. Nick Eccleston's in third. We've lost someone. We have lost Jackson Deal from the front group coming through that turn 9 bend. Not sure what happened to him. I think I saw him off in the dirt in the background, and that will have cost Deal at least 6 or 7 spots. As we now go down the front straightaway, we'll see if we can pick up on where Jackson Deal is now. But we've also had change in the lead as Davin Roberts has gotten by on Caleb Tarter. So a lot of things happening in that race on that lap. Deal has fallen back to the 7th position. So minus 4 spots for Jackson Deal. Went through the dirt on the exit of turn 9, and Davin Roberts with the move in turn 12 to get the race lead.
Already some defensive driving a little bit with Roberts. Now it's the race leader, though, trying to play wheel-to-wheel tires with Tarter, trying not to let Tarter get the run back, get the run around once again. By the way, Deal shuffled all the way back to 7th because of his mistake out of turn 11. Now this is going to set things up with just a few laps to work around here. Tarter seems to have also worked as the bridge to allow Eggleston as well as Gibson. Yet again, Gibson in the mix of things to close up. And remember, this was where Gibson really got aggressive in these final 2 minutes. Here we go.
Yeah, there goes Caleb Tarter to the lead. There goes Nick Eccleston to second. Roberts going to slot back on in third. So Caleb Tarter did not want to wait behind. He saw the 2 teammates behind him pushing, and he decided, you know what, I got to go now. I got to get the lead back, and he's done just that. So they're up at the front of the field. Eccleston's in second now, as Roberts going to look for a move to the inside. Turn 6 goes very deep in the braking zone and gets the spot, with Gibson following through to third. Eccleston falls back to 4th.
And Roberts again, remember, was almost or rather Gibson won the last race, was almost like a firecracker with how energetic he was getting for some of the passes. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go for our move, some more shuffling in the back of the grouping. Already seen a lot of drivers start to lose some ground here to these race leaders as they start to squabble.
Yeah, this has split up the group a good bit. Tartar has a big gap back, and you can see Davin Roberts telling Jackson Gibson, let's go, man. We got to go. And oh, Gibson's gone off. Jackson Gibson at the exit of turn 1 has dropped a wheel. And let me tell you, that turn 1 super fast, and Gibson, a mistake there will cost him a number of positions. And again, completely flip this group on its head.
Yeah, that didn't go to plan for Gibson. Get the signal to go, and then all of a sudden, bam, you end up going to the back because of a mistake while trying to look at the signal there. And now it's going to be Roberts in the driver's seat to try and close here with under 40 seconds on the clock, plus the 2 laps.
Yeah, this should be enough time here for Davin Roberts if he puts the head down and starts moving. But Landon Buer does not want that to happen. And now this whole pack of go-karts going back and forth. Buer now gets his shot leading it. And this whole battle for second has allowed Caleb Tartar to get upwards of a second gap in the books here. Down the inside now, Roberts going to try one into turn 1, not happening. He'll have to go defensive in turn 2. As you can see now, Shitaro Tsunokawa trying a move into turn number 2, not happening there. And Roberts able to hang on for now. But this group from second to 6th has all consolidated right back together.
Tsunokawa has been slowly moving up in the midst of all this, mind you. Well done in the blue and yellow card so far to get just in range of the podium. The clock reaching full zeros now. Is there going to be enough time again to close up? The gap is more than a second. That's going to be difficult to get up to Tartar even with the draft pack.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a mountain to climb for Landon Buer, and with it being 2 to go, would not be surprised if he starts to defend when he gets down to the main straightaway. So 2 laps of racing to go. Davin Roberts right there on Landon Buer. There down the inside goes Nick Eccleston and Jackson Gibson. Gibson up to the 4th spot ahead of Tsunokawa, and now you can see Nick Eccleston going to follow through for 5th. So more shuffling in the second half of this group, but at the front, it was a good lap from Landon Buer the last time through. Not a great lap, only a little bit slower actually than what we saw from Caleb Tartar. So right now, it does not look like that front group is going to have any shot at catching up to Tartar, but the battling for 5th is the main storyline right now. As you can see, Eccleston fighting against Tsunokawa for that 5th position is now down the back straightaway again. Caleb Tartar with a commanding lead as Roberts looks to the inside.
Roberts yet again saying, you know what, we're not going to catch up to the leader. May as well go for as many points and for track position as possible. Gibson, even with the tires off, still could get a chance for second after that mistake in turn 1 a few laps ago. Defensive line here for the final lap.
Yeah, Roberts goes defensive. He'll have to cover it off. Oh, that was a little late on the edge from Davin Roberts, but he hangs on against Jackson Gibson. Now down towards turn 4. Roberts going to defend again, open up just a little bit, and nothing that Gibson can do. Crosses back over through turn 4 and down towards turn number 6. You can see Davin Roberts has control right now, but it is all smooth sailing at the front for Caleb Tartar.
Tartar backing up the pace he showcased in qualifying. We've seen flashes of it last heat. This heat, he's been able to put it on full exhibition up at the front with especially, yet again, Gibson wanting second and again using the bumper.
Yeah, Jackson Gibson used the bumper there, tried to get to the inside of Davin Roberts. Not going to happen. He's going to block off behind him, but Caleb Tartar walks away to an easy Heat 2 victory. Behind him, though, Davin Roberts ahead of Jackson Gibson, ahead of Landon Buer, and Nick Eccleston rounds out your top 5.
And nicely done again for Tartar, as we said, showing the consistency lap after lap, making it difficult to close. In the end, he's the one, Kart 205, who's able to break through for victory.
Very good race there from Caleb Tartar. On the flip side, Jackson Deal has to be looking at this with a little bit of regret, knowing that he had such a quick kart and just simply could not put it together in that heat. So this set up for an interesting pre-final grid to set the grid for tomorrow. but Caleb Charter looks like the man to beat if this heat race and earlier in the day is any indication. And it will be a big target on the back for the MPG Motorsports machine. But Caleb Charter walks away with a Heat 2 victory.
Yeah, and then you have Roberts up there, Gibson doing very well yet again. Gibson, I think, very quietly is becoming a dark horse. Remember, there's a question, whose valve is that going to be from earlier on? We'll have to see what things are in post-race inspection here.
Yeah, the chain guard going off will be an auto DQ, but I'm not sure exactly who that was that lost. I think it could have been someone in the back of the field. Maybe they already pulled off, but it certainly was not one from the first couple rows. So regardless, though, a very good heat race in Junior Max as we now get set to go for the second heat of the day. It's Masters Max coming up next. Masters Max out on the track here for their second heat race in Cincinnati. Again, Rencio Mardan with a dominant performance in heat number 1. He'll roll off on pole position yet again for heat 2. John Bonanno, we saw him in heat 1 take the fight to Mardan the whole race. He'll start alongside him in the second spot. Ray Bannock and Chris McGinley on the second row. Bo Amato and Pop Pop Clyde on row number 3. And John Todd and Dallas Hoff round out your field here, Justin.
Yeah, We've seen how dominant the run was for Mardan previously. I wouldn't be surprised if Mardan does the same thing yet again. Just seems to have the long run in the bag, but the question is, can he keep it up front to start off this race?
That is the golden question. And again, we saw Bonanno be very patient last race. No reason not to be this race either. But this is where you start to see how much have you changed in the last couple hours. How much do you have in the tank here? John Bonanno, what can he do? Lorenzo Mardan on the pole. We're green again at Masters Max and off to turn number 1. Mardan with a bit of a hip check there, and he takes the lead early in the going.
Just a little bit of tire spin, it looked like. Bonanno able to get a great run off the starting blocks, though. Already providing a lot of pressure. Electing to just remain patient, see what happens to start the lap and wait for the right chance. There it is.
Yeah, Bonanno there still staying in line, not finding a move yet. But he's clearly got a lot of bottom end on that kart. A very fast machine on exit. Just goes flying out of the corner as they come down now. Here comes John Bonanno for the first time all day. He's going to go to the lead and pass Lorenzo Mardan, send it into the sweeper, and he hangs on to claim P1 early on in the race here.
What did I say? Bonanno seemed to have a great start, and he used that great start as an advantage. Already, Mardan being left vulnerable here. Banach in position here, and now hand signals for the battle for second.
Yeah, it looks like Mardan dealing with some kind of issue there. Not happy in the slightest. Tried to cover off Banach for a minute, but it just did not happen. So Lorenzo Mardan struggling a bit early here in the early going after it was a dominant display in Heat 1. Now it looks like Bonanno's the one that has the kart to beat early in the going, and we're seeing now if Mardan can try to figure out what's causing him to struggle early on here.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it pretty quickly here. Not a lot of time overall on the clock per se, but the battle is on for 4 from Motto, McGinley, Clyde up there as well. They're starting to become pretty tightly wound. And remember, there was a swap around between these two in the first 2 of these spots in this group. In the final stage of the race, tires off that time, McGinley.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there for McGinley. That will cost him a bit as they come down the main straightaway yet again. You can see the 4th, 5th, and 6th right there together. There goes McGinley to the inside trying to make a move, and it won't happen on Amato. But at the front of the field again, Mardan seems to have kind of sorted out whatever has cost him the time early in the going here. Again, that last lap, not a very good lap from him, but it's all about trying to just get everything back down from underneath him. He's 1.9 seconds off the lead. He's got to get the head down and try to figure out how to get back closer to John Bonanno.
Yeah, that's a great question right now with how this is going to go here. But Mardan going to need to make up essentially the ground he had nearly for the interval for the lead alone. We've seen Banach slip back in the later stage with the tire pressures. It's almost looking like on the short run at least that Banach has adjusted that kart just enough to be able to be better for this portion of the race day today.
Yeah, but that being said, we saw John Bonanno absolutely flying on that second lap through.
And
no,
way off the grass.
Yeah, there goes McGrimley there, I believe, in the 671. Yes, so off in turn 1. Looked like he got a little bit too deep into the braking zone and just smoked it into the first corner. And that corner is very unforgiving. You go off, not a lot of runoff area, and into the barrier for the 671 machine. So unfortunate into his race, and now he will have to regroup for the pre-final later on. But John Bonanno, no regrouping necessary for him. He is off to a very good start.
Yeah, McGinley, I think, just got the right side tire simply into the grass. All 2 tires to the right side of his kart fully into it, and that just sent him off. Right now, Bonanno has no reason to panic here. He is still growing that lead. 0.2 a lap right now. Mardan's the only one matching him on pace.
Yeah, Mardan has found the pace in that kart, but he's lost so much time in the first few laps. It's going to be almost impossible to overcome. But again, with a 2 kart, or with what's a 2 to 3 kart battle in all these heats, not the end of the world if you can't win one of them. You just start basically alongside your main rival for the pre-final. So as long as Martin can find that pace again, which it seems like he did on the last time through, he should be all right.
Yeah, I think he's still good for at least the podium. That's, I think, secure. It's just how will things go with Banach here, because Banach is slipping back a little bit. Not a lot, but he's showing some strides of improvement compared to last race. Banach seems to be maintaining the gap, at least this time, by halfway through the timer.
Yeah, halfway through the timer, he looks a lot better this time. Banach, again, able to at least be about equal to what Bonanno's doing. Bonanno has been very quick in this race. Martin has been even quicker these last 2 laps. But for Banach, again, we saw in Heat 1, he struggled to keep the pace of Laurencio and John Bonanno. Now, though, doing pretty well as Martin adjusts. Can't tell if that was a radiator flap or if it was the carburetor, but either way, still not completely satisfied with what the power is delivering to that Techno Kart.
Yeah, he's done that twice now in 2 laps, still playing around with it. Obviously, something's going sour.
Yeah, it looks like he's adjusting the radiator, which to me indicates that he's not happy with the temperature that engine is running at, which he'll be able to see on his Micron. You can see, again, still adjusting the flap. I think what he's doing is when he's coming down the straightaway, he's holding it down. And then when he gets into the corner, I think he's not covering it at all, or when he comes through the infield section. So we'll see what he does on this lap around. We'll see how he adjusts to it, but I think this is a measure to regulate the temperature one way or the other. So something he clearly has seen is not to his liking on the Micron when it comes to the water temp. So an adjustment by Martin, and we'll see if that helps at all, but he seems to have stopped playing with it this time around. And again, not sure if it's the flap or the tape, but either way, you can see there that Martin trying his best to at least manage the temperature.
Well, it is 96 degrees Fahrenheit currently in Cincinnati, so it's pretty clear that the hot temperatures are starting to get to the radiator, and in turn, as you said, getting to the karts really in general is the better phrasing with how things are starting to look here. Still able to maintain pace despite all the playing around. By the way, Amado's ran away from Pom-Pom Clyde in the battle for 4th.
Yeah, Amado now without his main rival from the first heat in McGrizzly, in McGinley, has been able to really kind of be comfortable in these most recent laps. He's pulled about a 3-second gap up to Pop Clyde, and he looks very, very composed in his driving in the process. But again, with Martin, it's interesting because he went purple that last lap through, still clearly managing the temperature. The lap before that, though, he really struggled, which to me, I might think that, hey, maybe the engine started to overheat the lap before. He spent a lap cooling it down, and now once the temperatures are back under control, he went a lot quicker. These engines are very finicky when they start to get overheated, so I would imagine that might be the case. There's a look there at Pop Clyde back in the 5th spot. Probably the best run he's had all weekend long, honestly, to be in the 5th spot. Not too far away from Bo Amato, but still not quite where he would probably like to be. So this race has kind of been spread out. We've seen John Bonanno consistently run a pace of 10th or so quicker than the field, but you can see now Banach and Martin have shown a lot of pace here in the last few laps.
Yeah, they've really kept themselves near status quo to Bonanno. I think Bonanno, this race, though, had the better short to mid-run, and now is equal on the lawn, and that's been the big thing. Look at Martin, though. This lap, he started to really close up. He was down 0.8 back of Banach before, now down from half a second back last time. Now within 4 or 5 kart lengths this time, as now the kart seems to finally be back where he wants it to be, picking up the tempo.
Yeah, you can see now Martin is very much on the prowl. He has been able to catch up to Banach, the big gap that he had lost earlier, now within 0.3 or so, and that is definitely going to be very close in the infield. We might be able to see Martin make a lunge at some point. He's got about, I'd say, 3.5 laps left to try to make something happen. But again, Martin doing his best to work his way back up after what has been a very difficult heat from what it looks like, battling with a bit of an engine issue here, or at least an engine temperature issue, to make sure they can keep that thing underneath them and try to move forward here.
Yeah, it's been a battle for Martin in general, as we touched upon, but for a person who was a podium finisher a couple years ago with the SKUSA Superdance, for someone on the podium for last year's trophy final in road tax competition, it's still looking like a solid day overall in the points category, at least, to begin things for the east side at least. Now it's just a matter of a couple more laps to get the job done, clock at zeros.
Yeah, of course, Laurencio Martin needs no introduction. He's been very quick on the master scene no matter where he's gone in the U.S. But he needs just a little bit more time here to get by Ray Banach, and probably needs to get his elbows out at some point here with a lap and a half and a little bit more going left in this one. We'll see what Laurencio Martin can do here. He's been very quick in the second half of this race. Both of them have been trading lap times with John Bonanno, so I think the pace is definitely there. It's just about trying to set yourself up best. And I think for Martin too, if he makes this pass, he will start the pre-final on pole position. So again, for Martin, this is a very important thing as they get the 2 to go signal there. 2 laps of racing left, so we'll see where Martin can try to make a move.
I don't know how he's going to get it done is the question mark, because he isn't closing up enough to where he can rapidly make the move, especially with how much time he's got left. It needs to be a rapid increase, and I don't see that right now. It's still within 2 car lengths right now, but that's going to be the close. I don't know how he's going to get this done unless there's a mistake for Banach, or Banach starts to really fall off all of a sudden, coming up towards the white flag.
Yeah, this looks like Banach has it under control, and kudos to him. He's been very consistent in this race, has not given Martin a single easy opportunity. So to hang on to the second has been very impressive for Banach. He's just going to have to do it for 1 more lap.
Yeah, Banach, again, huge credit to him. Top 10 in last year's trophy final in road tax competition. Has maintained the pace all throughout today. He's been a podium runner no matter what today in terms of the field. It's just been how much can he improve upon things. He's improved a lot, I will say, in terms of his tempo, as again, I touched upon a lot for the long run, compared to Heat 1, where he seemed to fall off quickly from the other 2 karts for the top 3.
Yeah, this has been definitely a much needed step forward for both of your top 2. Bonanno found a lot of pace in this one. Banach has been able to keep Martin at bay this whole time. As they come through the final couple quarters here, John Bonanno drops a bit of a wheel. Not going to matter too much as he's going to come around to take the checkered flag and win heat number 2 here in Cincinnati. There you can see Banach hand in the air. He knows he's got it. He'll finish off second. And in third position, Laurencio Martin with a comfortable run to overcome some gremlins early on in the going.
Yeah, good fight from Martin, but great pace from Bonanno. We've seen it before that he was able to go back and forth for the practice and quali. Keeps it up there to be able to come away with his first win of the day.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Bonanno and impressive stuff for Ray Banach. Laurencio Martin will have to go back to the drawing board a little bit in the 3rd spot. Bo Amato in 4th. Pop Clyde in the 5th spot. John Todd and Dallas Huff are your finishers, with Chris McGemley. Again, the scary crash in turn 1. Glad he is all right there after dropping 2 tires on entry. He unfortunately was not able to finish after the damage and the impact that he sustained. So see if he's back for the pre-final, but for now, a great result for John Bonanno.
A perfect run, if anything, in terms of how this race went. But now, the pre-final is going to be a huge one. 12 minutes, so an extra few more laps on the board for later on for them. That's going to be a big thing, I think, for Martin to be able to make sure the kart's going to be good for the extra few laps later on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a different kind of mindset when you're racing a pre-final, longer distance, later in the day. There's a lot of kind of things going on. You also have an extra heat cycle on the tires, so all those things play into a factor, but ultimately raw pace is raw pace, and right now Laurencio Martin, John Bonanno and Ray Bannock all look to be pretty evenly matched as they look to find that last bit to give them the advantage here in Cincinnati. Again, a beautiful day here. Again, the second weekend in a row, Kart Chaser is live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Of course, last week in the Scusa Spring Nationals was a thriller. We got a doubleheader this weekend, of course. The Rotax Max Challenge US Trophy East is in town that we're watching right now. And then we've also got the Cup Karts North America Summer Nationals in Pittsburgh that you can follow along as a KC Premium member as well. They just got into their heat racing there for their first round of heats today. So, of course, a lot of action going on the channel, but KC Summer Series, it's alive and well, and we're getting set to go for the second half of today's action here as we get set for the second round of heats in Micro Mini Max. Back live for the Micro and Mini Max heat number 2 here at the US Trophy East, round number 1 in Cincinnati. Of course, heat 1 was a thriller. We saw a Burrell Art domination aboard the PSL karting machines in heat number 1 for those guys. But now in heat 2, a different heat, different circumstances, and we'll see if it's a different result. Jeremy Sinkier has been very good in the day so far. He qualified on pole. Heat number 1 finished up in the 2nd position. We also saw Lorenko Varela was able to win in heat 1. He'll start on pole position for this one. Nico Katowski ended up 5th in heat number 1. He'll start in 3rd. Alongside him is Ashton Woon, who has been very good all season long. Further down, we have Connor Leipka, Holden Myers, Enzo De Janeiro had a good run in the first seat. He'll start 7th. Alongside him is Lucas Tarango. And then it's Achilles Saperco. Cole Vetter is the last kart on the Mini Max side of things. And then you get to the Micro Maxes. Jack Katowski on pole for that one. Slate Harrell as well as Anthony Mazzuccolo round out your field in Micro as we get set to go for the second heat of the day for the Mini Maxers.
And another interesting grouping to say the very least in this one. We'll see if they're able to keep it clean here. Of note, there was a false start for Katowski Nico last race. We'll see if he's able to get a clean start this time.
Yeah, Nico Katowski got a false start on the last race. Now, though, starting from the third position. We'll see what he can do this time around. Down the main straightaway they go, looking for the green flag. We got it. Green lights are alight, and we get going here for heat number 2 in the Mini-Max category. They're already 3 wide further back. De Janeiro making a move for the 5th position, and we're underway here at Mini-Max.
Not bad of a start once again for the Karts as they work their way side by side for second already. Already a lot of shuffling in that pack. We've seen a fair bit of draft. Remember, the first race of the day for these Karts. This time around, expecting that to be a little bit more of the aggression buildup, even with the hotter temperatures.
Yeah, absolutely. With the hotter temperatures, of course, it becomes a little more of a game of survival with these younger kids. So we'll see how Lorenko Varela and the rest of the field get underway here. There you can see De Janeiro's already up to 4th as he's got by Nico Kotowski. And now into the 2nd spot, passing Ashton Woon. Look at that, Jeremy Sinkier making a move there. Or excuse me, that's Kotowski up to 2nd. Sorry, my apologies on that one. The helmets are pretty similar as they come down to complete lap number 1. Now already in the books, and yes, Kotowski up to 2nd ahead of Woon. Sinkier is down to 5th, and De Janeiro from 7th is already up to 4th.
Yeah, De Janeiro yet again showcasing that car's got a lot of pace. Remember, had the issues of qualifying we touched upon a little bit earlier on in the day today. But since then has recovered extremely well despite being down on the track position from towards the back end of the field. So far though, Kotowski, Nico trying to set the tempo to close up right now and get to Varela to try and see if there's going to be a send-on or if it's going to be possible to get a pullaway already with Woon under attack again.
Yeah, De Janeiro there to the inside of Woon for the 3rd spot. He has lit up the tires early on, and he is making a move up towards the front of the field. As there you can see down the main straightaway once again. It's another lap in the books for Lorenko Varela up in P1. And then you see the rest of the field filing through as Woon continues to lose time. He's now under fire from Jeremy Sinkier coming into turn 2. Not going to have a move happen there. But this whole entire group from first on back is pretty spread out now. But at the front of the field, Lorenko Varela in the lead. And now Jeremy Sinkier to the inside of Ashton Woon for the 4th spot.
Not the greatest of runs so far for Woon all of a sudden. Doesn't see the cards holding up as well as the first race of the day in terms of pace. Right now, we'll have to see if Woon will get back into a groove once the tires kick up here, or better yet, if it's just how the temperature is and he's better in the cooler conditions compared to, say, blistering hot conditions like it's starting to get up to here on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's, again, different track conditions, not going to be the same as the final later on in the weekend, but this hot temperature, 95 plus degrees this weekend, is a challenge for the drivers, is a challenge for the mechanics, and it puts the go-karts under test with how much heat is getting built into the tires and into the drivers at the same time. So differences in terms of how you would set up the kart due to the temperature, and we're seeing a little bit of a different running order playing out here with Kotowski and Varela being very good, and maybe not quite the heat that Ashton Woon would have wanted.
Yeah, not the heat at all, I think Woon would have wanted right now. A 2.5 seconds plus back already with how things have fared out so far. De Janeiro, meanwhile, keep an eye on him right now. He's just at the edge, drafting distance. Is just about broken away from 4th on back with his kart.
Yeah, he's just about broken in, but De Janeiro, we know, has a lot of pace aboard that Fernando Alonso kart, the Kart Republic, for Team Ferris Racing. We've seen him be fast all year long. We're seeing him being fast right now, but he's got to catch up to the Red Army in 1 and 2. He's got to hang on to a bit of red behind him as well, as Jeremy Sinkier continues to get closer and closer to him on the backside.
Kotowski is doing a great job, though, with Varela to be able to help the two of them make it a 2-kart race. Limit down the variables, keep it between them, because the second they start squabbling, that's when De Janeiro will start to close up. That's when Sinkier closes back up, etc. So may as well limit the variables. This is the chess match we were talking about. Limit the amount of opponents you'll have to face on the board, and you'll end up having an easier time for the battle for the race win, or in this case, the chess match win.
Yeah, absolutely. The chess match is definitely in full effect. I mean, we're seeing, again, how you want to play this out. A lot of drivers will prefer the two-kart battle, especially when it's between teammates here with Varela and Katowski continuing to push away. I mean, again, we're talking about trying to minimize as much as you can when it comes to the train. And right now, again, Katowski knows he's got the kart underneath him to be able to challenge for the race lead. He just wants to make it as simple of a process as possible. Try to make it almost like a French defense in a sense. You got to sort of limit the scope, limit the amount of pieces that are at leverage, and he's doing just that. He's got only one kart in front of him. It's a one-on-one battle, and you're going to try now to see if he can't make the move for the lead later on. But for right now, he's content to just settle in, let the plays go on, and continue to try to wait until probably, I would say, about a lap and a half to go, try to catch Varela off guard at some point. So those two continue to work together. De Janeiro's fallen off a little bit, and we now see him move to the inside by Jeremy St. Cyr for that third spot.
It did so quickly that they didn't really even lose too much time for the battle for third. So St. Cyr doing that near perfect timing, perfect spot. And that's what you want to do if you want to try and make a pass, is limit any time loss, because if you lose any more ground, you potentially lose the ability to catch up with the draft here. So St. Cyr seems to be saying, it's go time, I'm running out of time, maybe 4 laps to do something. I've got to find a way to close up the slipstream, and also, while doing that, keep an eye on De Janeiro to see, is he going to work with me now?
Yeah, again, just trying to see if he can get a little bit of help from De Janeiro. We've seen De Janeiro kind of fall off a little bit the last few laps. We've also seen Woon fall off a lot in the last few laps as well. So it'll be a tough battle to catch back up to the front two as long as they're still pushing. But we know that Jeremy St. Cyr has a lot of pace aboard that Pirelli, and we've seen him in the previous couple sessions be extremely quick in qualifying, putting on pole, and in Heat 1, tracking down your leaders. So as there's only 50 seconds left, there should be 3 laps of racing left, and we get set to go for the conclusion of the second heat here for Mini and Micro. Micromax being led at the moment by Jack Katowski, some 19.5 seconds off of the race lead, overall race lead, but he's got a decent gap back to the other 2 guys in his category.
Yeah, and so far it's been dominant, I think, for Jack Katowski in particular. So there was a swap with Harrell, it looks like there. Jack Katowski has basically led every single lap in that class so far, for the Micro side at least. Here come your Mini leaders once again, though. Barella still holding serve, but St. Cyr is starting to close the gap. He has nearly ditched De Janeiro.
Yeah, this has been a great showing here from Jeremy St. Cyr to continue to work his way forward in this heat race. He's a little bit quicker than the front 2. I don't know if he's got the pace right now to close all the way up without any sort of defending, but still very promising for all 3 of these guys heading into the rest of the weekends.
Extremely promising with the pace. I think they've really set the gauntlet, set the tone on what the Minimax series is expecting in terms of tempo. Zeros are over the clocks right now, and right now they are still looking absolutely pristine when it comes to the team groupings in terms of raw pace. Here comes the chance for the race lead. It's time to go.
Yeah, Katowski to the inside. He'll get the pass done into the sweeper, now into the 2 back hairpins. Katowski, we'll see how defensive he is. All of this passing might allow for Jeremy St. Cyr to get up there, but Katowski did it in a place where it did not lose them any time whatsoever as they come down to get the white flag here.
And it's going to be interesting how they play it. There was the hand signal during the move from the left side. Now it's the question, how does Barella handle this now, trying to get the move back? Katowski already looking defensive, or at least behind him, with Barella looking to do the same thing he did last time. Make a move and a place unexpected. There they go.
Yeah, Varela to the inside of turn 6. A little bit of a side drop there, gets it done, and he's by on Katowski. He's given himself enough space there to where he won't have to defend the second half of the lap, and he should be good enough to not have to do anything and walk away with this win. So a smart move there by Varela to wait until there was a moment where he was going to force Katowski offline and force himself out of the race lead as Katowski hangs on against St. Cyr for the second spot. And it's going to be another race victory, another heat victory for Winco Varela to walk away with the sweep in heats 1 and 2, ahead of Nico Katowski, Jeremy St. Cyr, Enzo De Janeiro, and Ashton Woon in the 5th spot.
A strong race yet again, as here's a look what's going on in micro. It's been so far Jack Katowski's type of day so far. Another dominating run, able to hold things back for that dub, it looks like there.
I think
Once
Slate
some of the
Harrell
other
got him,
cards
I
finish
think.
up.
Yeah, I think
Did
Slate
he?
Harrell
Yes!
got him there. Yeah, on the last lap around, Slate Harrell for the first time all day finds himself ahead of Jack Katowski, but those two will certainly have a lot more battling coming up later. But for Winco Varela, another dominant display here in that heat race, able to fend off against Nico Katowski for the race victory. So both Katowski brothers lead on to the last lap, and both of them come off second best at the end of their respective heats.
Yeah, and I know I was starting to spiel on Jack Katowski there, but that's just been how quick Katowski was. Harrell did have to pick up both the spots in the final 4 minutes, I noticed, just to get that race win in the micro side.
Yeah, but a great run from Slate Harrell, and I think the micro field is as competitive as we will see. You can see them actually giving each other, I think, a fist bump there after that great heat race. So good runs from both of them, good runs for the entire mini and micro field, and we get set to go now for the senior max field coming up in about 10 minutes. So it's been an outstanding second heat on the mini side of things. We got one more race for them today, and we got one more second heat coming up here after this break.
But it's a late apex on your fastest lap. So a late turn in on the gas nice and early, and you can start to utilize that inside curve at the very back end of the left-hand turn. Once we exit, it's in the middle of the corner, and not too much braking is required into the final turn because of the speed that we have into that final turn. On exiting the corner, try not to drop a wheel because there's no exit curbing on this part of the track, and then run a nice straight line approach to the final start-finish line. That's a lap of MCC from Dave here at Kart Class. Enjoy this weekend's USPKS race, and good luck to all competitors.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
back on track here with the Senior Max second heat, the final heat race of the day, technically, before we go into pre-final action later on. And it was an exciting heat number one with Diego Ramos pulling away at the end with a 1 second lead win over Oliver Hodgson. And they pulled away from the real story of the race, the midfield scrum led by Zachary Clemente-Mello, Justin.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. There was a lot of talk, obviously, you'd have to say, on terms of the penalty sheet afterwards, but he did not get a penalty. Just the DQs for underweight for Bailiff and Gikaki should say. So overall, the battling was ruled clean despite the aggression to hold on to that top 3 spot.
Yeah, this should be interesting. So let's take you through the starting order one more time, just in case you weren't here for the previous heat race. Diego Ramos and Timothy Pernod make it an all PSL 1-2 on the front row, with Oliver Hodgson and Zachary Clemente-Mello on row number 2. Theo Kakati and Ben Hernandez in 5th and 6th, and Wes Gunler rolls off alongside Aiden Fox in the 8th position. It was a mechanical issue for Austin Olds in the first heat that limited him. He'll start in 9th. Alongside him will be Aiden Marenko. Gavin Bailiff and Yashram Paul round out the 11th and 12th positions, with Chris Harrower and Kai Barban Facino in 13th and 14th. Ben Leiden, Nick Mercer, Brian Bolas are 15th, 16th, and 17th, and Cooper O'Clair, who got DQ'd from qualifying, rounds out your field and will look to make up just as many spots as he did in heat number 1. It was an eventful heat 1. Now we'll see what heat 2 does as we get set to go for yet another Senior Max heat. Looking down the tram line as we go slow and steady. The Red Army in 1 and 2 right now. It's Pernod, it's Ramos. It's Ramos to the lead in turn number 1 here, Justin.
Better start compared to the first couple times for over Pernod this time. All that's well. CCD trying to hold on to Forvan. We have at least 1, 2, 3 in the grass, trying to use all the grass as runoff.
Yeah, that did not look good. We'll see if anyone is out of the race. Looks like everyone made it through and just fine. And now at the front of the field, it is back in the same order they started. Ramos ahead of Pernod, ahead of Hodgson, ZCD in 4th, Kakati in 5th, and then Ben Hernandez, after taking a ride in heat 1, is up to the 6th spot now on the start, holding off Wes Gumler as they go into turn number 12 for the first time. Ramos leading a full line of go-karts down through the top 10.
And yet again, ZCD trying to look very aggressive right now. You talked about not wanting a lot of give and take, a bit of walking now. Taki trying to hold on as there's near contact. Hernandez and Gunler near bumper to bumper. There's the send up now, the inside from the green machine, the 327 up to the top 3.
Yeah, that is a very good place to pass for ZCD. Pushes Hodgson wide and also almost allowed Kakati to get through and kind of breaks up that group. So Clemente-Mello showing some good pace early in the going here. And now Kakati's under pressure for Ben Hernandez as there's the full line of karts. Cooper O'Clair has made up a couple spots in the opening lap.
Not as many as the initial starts for heat 1. Remember, we had a restart at one point. A lot more cordial having to make the passes now is O'Clair back there. Speaking of those making some passes there, see a lot of shuffling amongst 364. Bailiff trying to pick up some extra tempo right now and extra spots.
Yeah, and remember, both him and Theo Kakati have a lot of work to do after they got DQ'd for being underweight in heat 1. So this is a very important heat race for Gavin Bailiff and for Theo Kakati to try to pick up the pieces and salvage a reasonable starting spot for the pre-final.
Yeah, remember, the better the finishing position in theory, the better spot you'll have for the said pre-final, right? So you want to pick up spots cordially, but also cleanly. Don't want to risk any penalties like we've already talked about that have already impacted some of the drivers today.
Yeah, especially when you're in the pitch position that Theo Kakati's in. You know you've had pace this weekend. You just have to make sure that you don't get swarmed here. Having said that, though, Ben Hernandez is going to go to the inside and make that move happen. So Kakati now is going to have to go in the offensive here to try to get that spot back, because if not, ZCD and Oliver Hodgson are already pretty well into the distance here.
And the go signal once again coming out from Hernandez saying, I passed you, now let's go. I passed you, now let's go. Trying to find a way to get the pace down quickly as more shuffling sees the packs continue to splinter. What started off was a big train last time is very much so splintering to not so much the 10-car train at the end like we've seen last race.
Yeah, and Aiden Fox having to go defensive against Gavin Bailiff. He tried to move on Wes Gunmore and it did not work out. Cooper O'Clair now in the mix. Austin Olds now in the mix as they come down the straightaway. Here goes Oliver Hodgson on Zachary Clement-DeMello. No defense that time from ZCD, knowing, hey, I've got almost a second behind me. Hodgson's probably quicker. Let's take this good heat finish and take it to the bank and try to hang on to the 4th spot as there's all the action down through the midfield. Lots of chaos going on. And there to the inside on Gavin Bailiff goes Aiden Fox. So you get that spot back from Bailiff. And down the main straightaway, Cooper O'Clair picks off another one.
O'Clair having a rough line yet again. We talked about this before, that O'Clair already showcased last race, same with Hodgson, that he was not afraid to just leap around, try and make passes really late. Problem is, when you make the passes very late, puts you up for grabs to be able to be passed right back. And that's what we're seeing for some of these battles right now. Oh, big shuffle back out of the group 364. Bailiff losing a lot of spots.
Yeah, I think Bailiff might have an issue there. Is now, Ben Hernandez off the track coming out of turn number 11. So Hernandez dropped a wheel there. Unfortunate for him to lose about 2 or 3 spots. And Bailiff looks like he might have recovered whatever it was that was ailing him there. As he's going to send it to the inside now on one of the comp carts there. I think that might have been Yashram Paul that he just discarded there. But at the front of the field now, you can see back up towards the front. There's Aiden Lorenko's made his way up into the 5th spot after Hernandez's issue. Kakati also picking up a spot. Hernandez, though, dropped 2 spots there. Lost about a second in the process, and now back onto the leaders. Ramos not really getting away from Pernod here. He's staying about 2 to 3 car lengths ahead of him, continuing to work onwards and upwards. I think for Pernod, this is very much a schooling session for him. Did not get a chance to really follow Diego in the first heat, but now he's getting good intel and information here, being behind his teammate, and clearly has the pace to stick up with him. As Hodgson's now, since he's cleared Zachary Clement-DeMello, has been setting purple lap after purple lap. Probably won't be enough to catch up all the way up to the race lead, but again, encouraging signs for the Brit.
Extremely encouraging right now, I think, for Hodgson. It's going to take a whole race to be able to close up right now for Hodgson. Need to close up 1.3 seconds to get to the next spot. But Ramos and Pernod, with how they've been able to work together since the start of the day, since practice all the way through the qualifying, now for this respective heat race, it's pretty clear their goal: break away as a unit, run away as a unit. Show that the Red Army is here to stay.
Yeah, absolutely here to stay. And for Timothy Pernod, of course, the first heat did not go to plan in the slightest. An incident with Dio Kakati on the opening lap. Actually, taking a couple steps back there, he got the brilliant start before the red flag in the first heat. The second start did not go his way, got shuffled back, got in a crash, could only recover about 11th on track. So for him, the second heat, finishing second and being in tow of Diego Ramos the whole time would be a massive step forward for Timothy Pernod. And he has been so quick all weekend long to be able to get up towards his teammate and really challenge him at different points. So for Pernod, this has been a good race, but don't look now as Oliver Hodgson continues to find more pace. That's about the 3rd lap in a row that Hodgson has been quicker than your race leaders. He's actually kind of bringing Zachary Clement-DeMello with him as well. So those two have done work here in the second half of this race to bring themselves back closer to the top 2, but they've still got a little ways to go, and then they still got to get by Timothy Pernod before they have any shot at Diego Ramos.
Yeah, and even though purple laps are flying from Hodgson by up to 0.2 a lap quicker, it's still in that same realm you already suggested. Is it going to be enough? I don't know, because right now, while they're getting closer and closer to get within some slipstream, it's, as you said, about the racecraft here. Hodgson's got some racecraft, yes, but gaining a 10th or 2 a lap is not going to win you this race. You have to be gaining like 3-4 tenths a lap to really have enough time to make the move for second, make said move, and then have the time to get back to Ramos.
Yeah, at this point, we've got 4.5 laps to go. Hodgson should be able to get up to Pernod. I don't think that's going to be the issue, but he's going to have to clear him pretty quickly, and then he'll have to get up to Diego Ramos without Pernod sending it back down the inside. We've seen Pernod be on the more aggressive side in the past, so I think he knows now that Hodgson's coming. He also knows that for him, this is an important situation because Ramos getting a heat win here would guarantee him the pole position for the pre-final. If Hodgson gets to the win, it all depends on how Pernod does against Ramos. So he can kind of play the team game a little bit here by holding up Hodgson, and he can maximize his own starting spot if he stays in second. So we'll see how aggressive Pernod is on defense. He's lost a bit of ground to Ramos, but he's still clearly got enough pace in hand to be competitive. So Hodgson now within a kart length or two. We'll see how aggressive he is forcing the issue here.
Yeah, down to about the final minute coming up here. So looking like we're going to have an interesting one for Hodgson now within the draft, now within the 110 card length, in fact, kart length should say. And already Hodgson, now this is where if you want a shot, you need to do it fast. You need to get this move done fast, then hope that you stay within range of Ramos and think you have the pace there. Hodgson definitely had the pace to make that move right there stick. Now, does he have enough pace to get to Ramos?
Yeah, he moved fast, made it happen, and now he's got it on Pernod. A bit of a swoop to the outside there from Hodgson. He's going to immediately go defensive. So forget about chasing down Diego Ramos. Hodgson, I think, realizing he's got to defend first and foremost, and he can worry about maybe catching Ramos if he can shake off Timothy Pernod. But Hodgson, again, the kind of the better move, knows that Pernod would be a bit of a contender to try to make a move right away. So again, the defensive driving, a safe maneuver from Hodgson. Gonna probably take away any shot at a heat race win here, but if he can hang on to second, it will still be good points and a good starting spot for the pre-final.
Clocks are at full zeros, by the way, as this is all breaking down here too. Hodgson, by the way, during that pass still was quicker than Ramos, but now it's running out of time. As we talked about, there's a look at some of the sends in the backdrop though. That time seen in Renko drop back down behind Hernandez. All that's while Ramos 1.2 seconds up. I don't think that's going to be closed up in time for Hodgson unless there's a massive mistake from Ramos.
Yeah, I think Ramos should have it in the clear, barring any sort of massive mistake or any mechanical issues. But the story here becomes, can Zachary Clement catch up to Timothy Pernod for the third spot? He's been quicker throughout this race, lost out against Hodgson the last few laps, and that's probably allowed Ollie to be able to get a bit of a gap to him. But now we're arriving on the scene of the second PSL Red Burrell Art machine is Zachary Clement. That looks to be the closest battle in the top 5 at the moment. I think Hodgson's probably got it covered against Pernod. I think Ramos probably has it covered against Hodgson. So they come down to the white flag now. 1 lap to go here, and we will have one last chance for Hodgson to see if he can do anything. He's definitely been quicker on this last lap and a half, pulled about a 10th back in the gap. That's nowhere near enough to catch Diego Ramos. But again, Zachary Clement ZCD trying his best to get by Pernod. This will make it 2 third-place finishes in the heats and will go a long way towards a top 3 starting spot for ZCD.
Yeah, not bad at all for CCD in terms of some of the aggression. Yeah, we mentioned we didn't make too many friends in the first heat, but he did it for a purpose. And the purpose right now, about to see a big slide for third.
Yeah, ZCD with a full send, absolutely chucked it in there. It's going to set up a crossover back and forth, and it's going to allow Pernod, I think, to hang on to that third spot. But at the front of the field, Ramos hangs on. Hodgson into second. ZCD going at the line. They're side by side, and ZCD has gotten the third spot ahead of Timothy Pernod. That was very close between the two. How about it? 29 thousandths of a second between the two as Pernod lost out on the line, and ZCD using the experience, using the age, and able to get his way up into the third spot right at the gun, passing Timothy Pernod on the last lap.
That was almost a move from Mario Kart with that drift with the rear tires, wasn't it? Just able to keep his foot in it, make it stick even with the crossover, still was in prime position to bounce right back, but Ramos, he is inedible when it comes to the pace today. Absolutely rocket ship pace on the long run for Ramos.
Yeah, Ramos is going to be the guy to beat, but Hodgson's pace on the long run was very impressive. He cut the gap down from 1.8 seconds to under a second, caught Pernod. That pass kind of took him out of contention for the win in the defensive driving afterwards, but it looks like Oliver Hodgson has found some pace aboard that J3 comp kart. And now we get set to end off the heat races. We got one more set of races to come. It's the pre-finals coming up later on here. So we got one last look at the results. Diego Ramos winning against Oliver Hodgson, ZCD in third. Timothy Pernod finishing off in fourth. Theo Kakati able to get up to fifth. And then it's Ben Hernandez, Wesley Gumler, Aiden Lorenko, Cooper Auclair from last to ninth, and Aiden Fox running out your top 10 with Austin Olds, Yashrin Paul, Gavin Bailiff, Chris Harrower, and Kai Brumman-Facino rounding out your top 15. Further down, a couple more entries on this list to round out your senior max field. But this has certainly been a good race for all of those guys. Ben Lyda, Nick Mercer, and Brian Bullhost will round out your field. So that wraps up heat racing. We got a short 15-minute break here, and when we come back, it'll be the pre-finals, the final actions of the day, getting set to go here. Junior Max will be the first one up, and we should be set for another exciting round of racing here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It is the U.S. Trophy East round number 1 here for the Rotax Max Challenge, and it is Junior Max on the track for their pre-final. We've done qualifying, we've done heat number 1, we've done heat number 2, and now we set the grid for the final tomorrow morning. Junior Max has been very exciting all day long, lots of good battling. And Justin, as we get set to go for this race, I mean, what are you expecting heading into this one?
I'm expecting there to be a little bit different in terms of the complexions of battles per se, because there's an extra 2 minutes. Track conditions are a little bit more different compared to the previous 2 heats, obviously. It's after 3 o'clock, temperatures start going down from here. But better yet for these drivers, I'm expecting someone like Tartar, or better yet, Gibson, to really try and close things out. Gibson, we've seen a lot of aggression from today. Now he's been rewarded for it.
Yeah, Gibson has been great all day long. He's joined by another guy who's had an outstanding day in Caleb Tartar. Pole position, wins 2 heats, and we get set to go for the pre-final. And it's green flag in the air. Caleb Tartar all the way up to the lead. Nick Eccleston slots in the second, and Gibson's going to try to make what he can out from the outside here.
Nicely done off the start. A perfect start for Tartar, and in particular right now, it's going to be an interesting one how these drivers shuffle it. Remember, 12 minutes on the clock for most classes now instead of just the 10 minutes. So an extra 2 to 3 laps to work with here on the board.
Yeah, an extra couple laps here for these Junior Max kids. Again, this is not too dissimilar from what they ran earlier in the day. 12 minutes plus 2 laps versus 10 minutes and 2 laps in the heat races. But those extra 2 minutes will feel like a lot longer for the drivers, and it allows for more time for the field to get spread out. As you can see already, all one big line of go-karts. That will change over the next few laps. As they come down to the end of lap number 1, here we go. At the front of the field, it is the MPG Motorsports machine of Caleb Tartar ahead of Nick Eccleston. And now Jackson Gibson's back up to 3rd, slots in as we got a change for the lead. Nick Eccleston up to the lead for the first time this weekend.
Eccleston not holding back any punches, and Arcendo, here comes the run inside. And yet again, it looks like Buher amongst those starting to push ahead here. I believe actually that's Gibson. And Gibson, again, we've seen how he's played things out the end of these heat races so far. At the start of it saying, let's flip the script a little bit, be aggressive to start instead of at the end.
Yeah, Gibson has been absolutely rapid in this one all day long. He had a bit of a poor qualifying, but since then has been on the money. Further back, moves through the field. There goes Jackson Deal. There goes Davin Roberts, getting by the LN cart there. And now as they go down the main straightaway once again for lap number 2, it is now going to be Nick Eccleston ahead of Jackson Gibson, Caleb Tartar into 3rd, Lennon Buer and Jackson Deal in 5th. So the MPG is going to have to work together. Here's one kart's off in the background. I think that might have been Darren Kidd that ran a bit wide there.
Yeah, and at least another that slowed down and trying to get back going. So tough moment for some. It looks like Senekawa was amongst those in that situation. But now up at the front, Gibson seems to be really ready to dictate things for this lead pack.
Yeah, Gibson definitely seems ready to take the challenge. He's got the lead from Eccleston as they come down towards turn 11. You can see Caleb Tartar to the inside lane, and Buer going to try to follow through. Jackson Deal going to follow through. Will Davin Roberts follow through? Not quite. I think Eccleston's going to get at least 1 or 2 of those spots back. He gets back by Deal and kind of limits the damage a little bit, but still that was a tough battle. And say hello to Kai Mars, who's on the scene for the first time of the day, fighting for the top 5.
We haven't mentioned Mars' name really at all race because he's been in the 2nd and 3rd pack so far. But Mars has slowly been edging his way through for track position for the end of each of the races. Around where he is on the pylon now. Now that he's got the starting position, can he etch his way into the top 5 maybe? We'll see.
Yeah, and Kai Moore's, again, one of the younger drivers in this field, his first year in junior, one of his first races in junior, actually. So for him, this is all about development and progress, and Kai's doing a great job so far inside the top 10. You've seen him, again, get his elbows out there early. Don't know if he has the raw pace to stick with those guys, but he's going to try his best. As there's a move to the inside for Davin Roberts on Nick Eccleston. So that's one guy that has been on fire to start the year, passing the guy that has fire on his helmet for the 4th spot. As you can see, Eccleston's going to try to follow back down. Roberts has to give up the spot, and Deal's going to follow him through as well. So a lot of shuffling in this mid-pack here, as they all have the pace run up front, but they got to settle up the differences amongst themselves first before they move forward.
Yeah, it's almost like the second you lose the preferred group, like right there, it's a parade. Everyone just goes zoom, zoom right on by you if you aren't in that preferred group by the next straightaway. And hence why it's so important to be in prime position, not just to defend, but be ready for the second that anybody's compromised to be able to go on the offensive and take advantage in this race. That's opened up a lot of these deficits on the racetrack.
Yeah, and Jackson Deal, again, able to get by Davin Roberts. There's the scrum behind them. So Nick Eccleston kind of lost out a lot of time in that battle. Kai Mars is the winner, having picked up a spot or two there, and Jackson Deal has finally been able to break away from this pack. But look at the gap that is caused. I mean, that is a full, we'll see the exact timing as they come across. That's 1.8 seconds back from 3rd place. So just that bit of fighting for a lap and a half completely blew open this group.
Yeah, and that's also seeing some of the drivers nearly break away from drafting distance, just how things have gone. Miller is on, for example, on his own right now on the pylon by nearly a full second, 2 seconds here. Setting duck almost with how some of these intervals are starting to play out.
Yeah, Buer's on his own, but he has a big cushion back too. So we got one off in the dirt. I think that is that Landon Buer and Kai Mars, both of them off the track there. I have no idea what happened on that one. I just saw Buer in the distance go wide and go off, and then Kai Mars was the unfortunate bystander. I think both of them losing a number of spots. Buer, we were talking about how comfortable he is. He just got thrown right back in the hornet's nest. And at the front of the field, Gibson and Tartar click off another lap. But Landon Buer, Kai Mars, an off-track excursion there going to cost them a lot of time here.
Yeah, I was about to say, wasn't trying to say comfortable cushion between them. It's so more like uncomfortable where you're pushing, trying to get back in drafting distance. Push too much, and now here's a huge question. Will this second pack and second Gagwell cars have enough time, or better yet, have enough speed to get back into drafting distance of your top 2 that now lead by 3 seconds?
Yeah, and Nick Eccleston dropped a wheel. The second lap in a row, we've seen some chaos up there. I wonder if maybe some dirt on the track has impacted that, as Eccleston's now under fire from a couple of karts behind him, as Derek Wargo's in the mix, as well as Darren Kidd that we saw drop a wheel earlier in the race. So this mid-pack battle has really played out in an interesting way. It's given Davin Roberts the big gap in front or behind him, and now to the inside, Darren Kidd to the inside of Nick Eccleston, and Derek Wargo going to follow through as well.
And I was wondering throughout this, when would Kidd wake up? Because we haven't seen Kidd since practice do top 3 speed. Well, he's finally regrouped, finally starting to pick up some pace now for the later stage of the day. I'm almost wondering if this is right in the wheelhouse of preferred temp now that it's past 3 o'clock with how things are looking. I'm not quite sure for Kidd, but he is moving.
Yeah, Kidd absolutely flying again, getting used to his another kart, 3 in a row, and that one is Darren Kidd, I believe, in the background off the tracker. Excuse me, that might have been his teammate there, a couple spots behind him in Miller. So yeah, either Alex Miller or Darren Kidd, we have lost from the background. I think it was Kidd, in fact, in the 6th spot. 2 very similar go-karts on the LN karts, but this time Kidd comes across for in turn 10. Now down the main straightaway again, trying to the inside is Alex Miller. Not going to happen. So just some weird mistakes happening in this race, and it's kind of thrown the order upside down, as now they're continuing onwards, as Landon Buer still tries to get through this group after his mistakes earlier in the race.
I think part of that, though, is we've seen this really at the start of the day. You miss one little bit of the apex for turn 9. You're missing turn 11. That seems to be the case. You hit the curbing, you're going off for the grass. You end up going too much speed, you're hitting the grass. And that seems to almost be piggybacking mistake after mistake now because of what's happening around the racetrack and the pressures and the high temperatures, meaning less grip to be able to make the car stick on the racing pavement. So any type of mistake, any little mistake is just magnified as we see the battle in defensive once again.
Yeah, Wargo going defensive here. And again, I think kind of just the way that this track flows around, you can get in your own head a little bit when it comes to making a mistake and adjusting to it afterwards. I think it's why Landon Buer really hasn't made much progress in this pre-final. But another example of that on the flip side is Nick Eccleston, who has kind of rebounded from a couple mistakes on his end to pull away from this group. He's in 5th, got a long ways to catch up to Davin Roberts, but a 5th place would still salvage a decent heat race result. So good for them. But as we see the battle now going on for 7th, I want to check back in on the battle for the lead here, because Jackson Gibson, the last couple laps, seems to have made more progress. Oh, we got one kart here as Alex Miller just kind of shafted Derek Wargo to the side a little bit there. Wargo not too happy about that one. But for the battle for the lead, Jackson Gibson has been able to pull away from the competition very well through here. It's Caleb Tartar's 3.5 tenths back at this point. And I think this is something that we saw them working together. We saw Tartar willing to push, but if Gibson's able to pull away like that, it makes it a lot tougher on Tartar. And I think he'll still settle for second. He's definitely got the pace to hang on with 3 seconds back to Jackson Deal. But a little bit of a confidence hindrance there if he's not able to keep up with Gibson. As we've been focusing in on the mid-pack, I think we've kind of missed that story just a little bit of Gibson starting to pull away a little bit from Tartar, at least out of the bump drafting range.
I was about to say with Gibson in particular here today, I mentioned this the last time that we've seen Gibson on the track for the second heat. I considered him a dark horse because of the pace he was showcasing at the end of each of those heats. Because of how he played the star list, and now that he had the track position instead of starting in 6th, I think Gibson's kind of showcasing this is the true potential for the kart. When you put it in track position, he's faster than Tartar, he's faster than most others. He just needed the clean space to show it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gibson has had clean track. He's shown a lot of pace and a lot of consistency in this race to just slowly but surely build the gap to Tartar. And they're over 3 seconds out of Jackson Deal. So they have been consistently quicker throughout the race. Deal back in the 3rd spot. There's Davin Roberts in the 4th spot. And now we pick up Nick Eccleston in 5th. Landon Buer's made his way up to 6th. And we go through the main straightaway again. And there's a look back at the front. Jackson Gibson with about 4 tenths to Caleb Tartar. Tartar's held it consistently, but he's just slowly but surely lost a little bit of ground to Gibson. That time through, they were about even. In fact, on the timing charts, Tartar a bit quicker. So he's found some pace. He's got a little bit of work to do, but these front two with a big gap back to the rest of the field, Justin.
Yeah, I think it's down simply to these two. Can Tartar find a little bit of something now that the clock's reached 0, expecting 2 to go at the stripe coming up here? He needs to go. He absolutely needs to start going right now. There's not much, really any time now for him to keep saving tire. He needs to find whatever pace there is left right now, but Gibson has made it clear it is difficult to keep up with him once you give him the race lead here today, and why he was so aggressive trying to get those points for second.
Yeah, very important to get the points for second, but very important for Jackson Gibson to stay smooth, stay calm, and stay consistent. Down the straightaway they go. To 2 laps of racing left, and Jackson Gibson under control. That time through, the gap stabilized about 4.5 tenths back to Caleb Tartar. At this rate, Gibson will be fine, but he cannot let Tartar get any closer.
Yeah, he's kept him at this exact distance on the interval for 4 straight laps, I think, give or take now, by the way. So I think Gibson's not really even concerned. He's playing it cool, calm, composed. He's not even looking back at Tartar for the time being yet. So just quite simply trusting in the kart. He's trusting the pace he's got right now to be able to keep this buffer.
Yeah, trusting the pace he has to keep the buffer, but Tartar had a really good entrance to the corner, overshot it on exit, but Gibson dropped a wheel just a little bit on the exit of the final corner. So both of those mistakes probably evening out roundabout, and we come across the line one more time. No, Tartar lost a couple extra tenths there, so overdrove the first hairpin, and then he was way compromised for the second one, and Tartar now facing uphill battle to get back up to Jackson Gibson.
Well done for Gibson all race. You still have it all of this deal. Just absolutely running away from everybody else. P11 is Scusa final in the USA just recently at this racetrack, showcasing why he was a contender, one of the biggest movers in that respective race. All that's while Gibson has showcased why he was so aggressive early on in the heat, why he's at the pace today.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Jackson Gibson, who has been very quick in cadet, making the step up to junior this year, and he's looked phenomenal in this race. And in the second spot, Caleb Tartar's looked good, and now across the line, they'll come across to take the checkered flag here and win the pre-final, with Jackson Deal finishing off in the third spot. Davin Roberts, again, not his best track this year so far, but he's up to fourth and should be competitive in the final and down through the rest of the grid. Nick Eccleston, of course, last year made it to Bahrain. He's going to have a lot of work to do here in the final to get off to a good start here in the Rotax US Trophy East side of things. But a good run for your top five. Further down, Landon Buer rebounds from going off to finish sixth. Derek Wargo in seventh. Alex Miller in ninth. And then Kai Mars, again, disappointment for Kai after a very strong start to the heat, going off and finishing ninth, with Darren Kidd in the 10th position.
Overall, great race here today, to say the very least, with the pace. But overall, I'm really impressed. Gibson showcasing what he had really in store with the kart, and the kart near perfect in terms of the momentum here in this one. Tartar and Deal doing really well. Deal in particular need to recover some spots after some of the rough heat racing.
Yeah, absolutely. A good run for Deal, a good run for Roberts, and a good run for Nick Eccleston. So that's your top five in the Junior Max. And again, through the rest of the field, Buer, Wargo, Miller, Mars, Kidd. Shitoro Tsunakawa, we saw him spin out in turn 2. He ends up 11th. Sander Maltesta in 12th. Adam Sena 13th. Homer Eamon in 14th. And Ryan Mort rounds out your top 15 in Junior Max. As we finish up the first of 4 pre-finals, the second one is Masters Max, and it is coming up very shortly. back here for the pre-final of Masters Max here. We have seen some good racing in this category with Lorenzo Martin taking the pole position earlier in the day and winning a commanding heat number 1. But in heat 2, it was John Bonanno taking the checkered flag and walking away with a relatively straightforward victory. He now will have firm control of this race heading into the 12-minute and 2-lap pre-final here, Justin.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting time now to see how some of the recovery drives play out for some. Martin had all those issues in the last race. We'll see if he's sorted out whatever was going on with his kart. Bonanno, though, will be able to have that pace to dictate the start. He had a great long run pace. Whatever was going on with the kart, they'll be starting right beside him for the start.
Yeah, Martin looked like he had Bonanno covered in the first heat. Bonanno was consistent and fast in the second heat. Martin looked like he was fighting the engine temps a bit in the first heat, or in the second heat. We'll see what he can do here in the pre-final. 8 karts in total, ready to get going here for the start of this one. We're going, looking for the green. We got it. Heading down into turn number 1. Bonanno to the lead. How about it for Banach into second almost. Martin going to rip the outside and hang on to that second spot as they all file through cleanly through turn number 1, Justin.
Martin already cleared along to second spot as well. Banach already to third. Those 3 have been the podium so far when it comes to today. Now, how does Martin try and lock things up, lockstep rather, with Bonanno? That's going to be the test throughout this entire run.
Yeah, the big test will be how does Bonanno compare to Lorenzo Martin. We saw Martin in Heat 2 really struggled in the early going. We saw in Heat 1, though, he was able to kind of maintain that gap at the front of the field. So if Martin has a good piece under him, I feel pretty confident in saying that he'll be able to keep up with Bonanno. But these first couple laps will be critical to how the rest of the race unfolds, and Martin cannot afford to let Bonanno go into the distance. As you see down the main straightaway again, there was a move for 4th position. How about it for McGrimley? That was a good move for Chris McGrimley after a very tough crash in heat number 2 where he got ejected from the kart briefly out of turn 1. He's back, he's feeling good, and he's all the way up into the 5th, fighting against Bo Amato right now for that 4th position.
Yeah, it already looks comfortable enough with the kart to say, I want to go, please give me space, I want to go fast, I want to go to the front. Just no place to slice and dice quite yet. When it comes to that top 3, though, staying about near even on pace so far, as there's the send for McGinley. Oh, a little bit too sharp. Nearly slid into contact through turn 12.
Yeah, that was very aggressive for McGinley. Not good enough to make the move happen there. To regroup, have a push from Pop Clyde, and try to go forward now. We'll see if Clyde sticks behind him and wants to work with him. He does. And down the main straightaway again. He's going to have about a second to find here to be able to get back up to Bo Amato. But good to see again McGinley working up towards the front of the field, or at least working a lot better than how he did up the second heat. So that'll be sure to see. But at the front of the field, we got Martin closing back up to your race leader here. As you can see, he's about 2 to 3 kart lengths ahead of, or behind John Bonanno at this point. And you can see they're still spaced out. There's another lap or so, I'd say, before Martin's close enough to make a move. Looks like Martin ran over a piece of debris there, but Lorenzo Martin definitely has turned up the wick a bit on this lap.
Yeah, I wonder where that debris came from, but so far Martin has stayed pretty well suited within time and within pace. Last time by 9 1/1000ths quicker than Bonanno for the fast lap. This time he picked up another 10th to close up a little bit. Seems like the issues, for now at least, have been sorted out, and the overheating is not happening yet.
Yeah, overheating not happening quite yet, but this is still going to be an interesting race to watch here. As Martin, he's been able to close in, but it's still very much an even battle between him and Bonanno. There's no real advantage, I would say, on pace-wise, except for we know that both of them have been able to be a lot quicker than Ravenach in this heat race.
Yeah, Bonach's just not had the long run here today, if anything. He's had good, solid, quality pace, but the long run is off by a tenth or two a lap, and the thing is, that accumulates, that adds up over time, and eventually that's not going to work.
Yeah, eventually it won't quite work, but it's still close enough to where if he could just find a little bit in the kart, a little bit in himself, maybe a little bit in the engine, he will be there for the finals. So this is all playing out exactly how you would want to see if you're John Bonanno or Juancho Martin. It's a one-on-one battle, and there is a lot still to play for. There's still 7.5 minutes left in this pre-final, plus 2 laps. So a lot of time to sort out your differences.
Yeah, Martin seems to have sorted out okay. Long run, I feel like I'm more comfortable yet again. Let's try and push the tempo a little bit, because we know that's where his kart, when at full son, seems to be able to sing very well, as in it's very good on the long run we've seen with Martin throughout the day so far. Bonanno, he had the better long run last race, yes, but that was with all the issues. So I think with Martin, it's going to be now testing Bonanno's pace especially for tomorrow, depending on how he keeps the pressure up here throughout this run.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see again how they continue to go. We've not seen a run this long all weekend long, so still not as long as what the final will be, but it's going to be curious to see how well Bonanno versus Martin are able to keep the tires underneath them. Elsewhere behind, you're still seeing the battle between Amato and McGinley continuing. McGinley about 4/10 back. Probably going to look for a move at some point in the near future, but down towards turn 12, you can see again Bonanno has the lead. He's been comfortable all race, but Martin continuing to set chase.
Yeah, and to quickly touch upon tomorrow, I think it's going to be down to these two based on what we've seen pace-wise, and better yet, what we've seen throughout the weekend so far. These two just seem to be going blow for blow, tit for tat so far when it comes to pace differentials. And right, it's been like that in practices, it's been like that in the races, it's been like that in qualifying, it's been like that every stage of the day. These two have now really stayed lockstep with Bonanno in the third spot.
Yeah, they have continuously pulled 2 to 3 tenths away. Martin continues to hound John Bonanno, and we're now in a situation where I think on pure pace, these two are the firm favorites to contend for the win. Bonanno has not lost them by too much, but it is a noticeable difference. And now here's the closest battle on track. There you can see the difference in line. It looks like Amato is going to go defensive on McGinley. McGinley kind of washes out in that sweeper a little bit too much, and he's now going to be back out under threat from Pop-Up Clyde.
Yeah, this is where Pop-Up Clyde, I think, if anything's just been in helper mode. You can see the signal with the head. Help me, help me, help me. Keep me up to the back end of Amato. And the thing is, with McGinley, before in Heat 1, I want to refer back to, it took him several minutes to set up a move on Amato. I think that it's similar to that of Heat 1 rather than Heat 2, where he tried to go for it so quickly. He's just trying to get in position for that chess piece to be able to go checkmate for the spot.
Yeah, again, this is all about putting your pieces in the right position. This is a very drawn-out chess match. We're not playing speed chess here. We are playing a full-blown game. A lot of time to develop the strategy. We'll see what opening Laurencio Martin has played with, but he certainly set his pieces out to where at any moment he could pounce and make an attack, make a capture on John Bonanno. So Bonanno still playing the defense right, still doing a nice job keeping himself in the lead, but it just seems like Martin's really biding his time here.
Well, that's kind of been his MO. We talked about it biding his time when he had the lead. He's biding his time here now. He doesn't need to go full tilt to close up. He can just ride. He can just ride until it's time to go. And we've seen that again. Touch upon what happened in the West. That's what happened in Colorado for the battle for the Masters there. Just waiting until the final couple laps for it to be go time to pounce and pass.
Yeah, it is going to be go time pretty soon for Laurencio Martin if he wants to make this move in the pre-final. 3.5 minutes left, plus 2 laps. Gives a good amount of time, but it is certainly not over yet. And you can see the gap back to Ray Bernach up to about 3 seconds now, 3.4 to be exact. So these two have left him in the dust. It's a 2-kart breakaway, a 2-kart battle. We're just still waiting to see Martin if he's going to make his move anytime soon.
Yeah, I will say, it looks like with Martin, everything issue-wise seems to be dealt with for the rest of this race at least, just to be able to keep riding. But it's now just, does he wait until a minute? Does he wait until 2 to go? Does he wait until the lap and a half again? I think that's all down to him, but it looks like Bonanno getting a little bit better of a lap this time, got a little bit more consistent to the course.
Yeah, Bonanno continuing to find extra time. Martin continuing to kind of go with them, if that makes sense. Both of them, though, are showing a lot of paces. We've got a zigzag penalty for Bo Amato, so the race directors did not like the blocking that was seen from the number 611 machine. That just popped up on our screen, so unfortunate for him, but really good lap there from John Bonanno to pull out a little bit of extra gap on Laurencio Martin at 57.82. Tires really coming in for the J3 Comp Kart.
Yeah, really well, in fact, right now. But you mentioned the penalty for Amato. You can't go zippy zap. It's got to be the one move, right? And so far, it's now getting to where, for Bernach at least, on top of things, he's just having fun out there, holding on to 3rd spot, right? No pressure from behind. Doesn't have the rapid pace he needs, just almost a little bit too slidey. That's costing him some ground, for example, at Sector 3. And right now, just seems in line to start 3rd tomorrow.
Yeah, we're seeing, again, just basically a practice session for Bernach at this point. No pressure from behind, no opportunities in front. Just kind of chilling, you know, setting up lap after lap after lap, doing what he can to be as consistent as possible and learn for the next race. There's a look back at Chris McGinley in the 4th position. He's had a good race, recovering from a crash in Heat 2. And then you got Bo Amato and Jeff Pop Clyde back there as well in the 5th and 6th positions, all doing battle back there. And then way further back, we have Dallas Hoff as well as John Todd making up the final 2 runners on the field, or on the track right now.
Oh, and Amato goes off.
Amato goes off there, and I think he's trying to get back on. That was a mistake on his part, and now he's going to have to pay the price. Not only do you lose the track position of a grand total of 1 spot, but you lose a lot of time and a lot of grip in the kart, having to get the dirt off of those tires.
Yeah, things are not going well with the sudden for the 611. You have the zigzag penalty. Now you have this to add on top of it. This is not looking great. But all of this is wow. Martin, he's coming up to 2 to go this time. Set the purple lap the previous time. A little bit slower last time, though, compared to the leader. Near tires off for Bonanno.
Yeah, we've seen Larry be aggressive in the past. We know it's not a question of can he be aggressive. It's just simply will he be aggressive. What's the point in it? You know, these two have been consistently the quickest all weekend long. They know that they have the pace. They know how to battle each other. They've done a lot of battles in the past. Martin, it's up to him. It's kind of his prerogative of how aggressive he wants this duel to be.
He is in prime position to try and go already. Bonanno looking left. How about Martin trying to fill the left side there with 2 to go?
Yeah, aggressive move there from Martin. A little bit late. Bonanno able to cover it off. No harm, no foul. They regroup, and Laurencio will have to find a better place and maybe a little bit more of a solid move to make it happen.
Was that too early, though, is the question. He lost a fair bit of ground on the checkup. Bonanno seems to be starting to crack a little bit. That time a little bit better on corner exit, though. Keep the left sides out from the grass.
Yeah, he takes the left sides out on the grass. He's still pushing as hard as he can. This is where Martin's been really good in this race. Watch how he rolls the curb through the first part of the hairpin. That gives him an extra 10th or so on exit. You can see he just barely grazes it, and as they come down towards the last couple of corners, Martin looks a bit too far back to make a move this time around. Maybe kind of put too much of his eggs in that one basket in turn 1 like you mentioned, Justin, but as they come down to start the final lap. Bonanno with a couple kart lengths of an advantage.
He needs to pressurize the mistake already. Martin trying to go a couple feet lower through some of these corner entries. Try and get some better apexes right now. That's his best hope right now. Not a lot of time to do it. He's still too far back to do much at all.
Yeah, too far back to do much at all, but he'll have half a lap left. We've seen the draft be very powerful here at certain points as they come through the final set of corners, through turn 9 and 10, up down the hill now, and you can see Bonanno with the lead. Probably not enough to avoid defending, though. We'll see. He keeps it wide, not quite close enough for Martin as they come over the curve now, cresting the two curbs out of the final corner. John Bonanno with just enough of a gap. He's going to hang on to win this heat race.
Nicely done by Bonanno as he goes up, nearly celebrated too early. Martin, if there was one more lap, would have had enough time, but just did not take the right decision to try and go for it, coming to 2 laps to go. Instead, it's Bonanno who's able to hold on. It's fist bump time.
Yeah, that was a good, long, drawn-out battle between your top two, and ultimately a very good result for John Bonanno. But hey, Mauricio Martin will regroup, and he'll have all day tomorrow to find that pace in the final. So Martin in second, Ray Baronk in the third position, and then it's Chris McGinley, Pop Clyde, Bo Amato, Dallas Hoff, and John Todd rounding out your field in Masters. So we've seen Masters put on a show. We'll see what the youngins will do here coming up next. Micro Mini is on the grid.
Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, KartPlex has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does KartPlex offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartplex.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. From more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It's the Micro and Minimax challengers out here for their pre-final, their last session of the day, as we get set to go for 10 minutes and 2 laps for the youngest drivers on this circuit as they are getting ready for another exciting race. We've seen Varela domination in this class, whether it be at the hands of Lorenko Varela, Nico Katowski, or Jeremy Sekir. All of them have been consistently dominating the opposition, and on the front row it is Lorenko Varela as well as Katowski, with the second row being a non-PSL karting row with Ashton Woon and Enzo De Janeiro, and then the third entry of Jeremy Sekir up in the 5th spot alongside Connor Leipka, Holden Myers, Lucas Tarango, Achilles Saperco, Cole Vetter round out your mini field, Jack Katowski, Slate Hero, Anthony Mazzacolo rounding out your micro field. So the field is set, Justin. Let's get set for some exciting pre-final racing.
And so far, the Red Army's been in control of this one. It's time to see what they can do with it being time for the pre-final. Green, 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 underway. Good launch for the front row, and the battle is on already for about 5th on back with the 2x2.
We're going already into the turn number 4, and you can see it's been a good start for the inside. It's been a good run for Enzo De Janeiro up to the 3rd spot there as he's gotten around Ashton Moon. And now we'll see if Jeremy Sinkira can do anything about that. Yes, he will. He's going to send one on a Woon and get up in the 5th spot. They're side-by-side behind him as Leipka and Myers go side-by-side up through the S's down towards the turn 10 kink, and already at the front of the field. It is a 1-2 for the PSL boys. The Red Army is reigning supreme early on in this one.
But how long do they reign supreme is the question. More sends, more runs up the inside to start off the opening lap here. Drivers like Woon keeping an eye on to see what they can do now in this respective race. We'll see how things sort out as time now progresses. First time by. Well, in the lead, Katowski in 2nd. Woon is up to 4th, and already they're still battling aggressively in 4th.
Yeah, Ashton Woon briefly got up to 4th again. Sinkira able to get up to the 4th spot after a pass in turn number 2, and now he will try his best to work his way up to the top 3 who have broken away early in the going in this one.
Yeah, and remember this race, 10 minutes, so about the same as the races, plus 2 laps. So give or take about 12 minutes to get the job done here once you add up all the lap times and whatnot here. It's going to be down to, quite simply, how do these drivers race each other? It looks like some of the teammates going simple swaps.
Yeah, simple swaps there. You can see Holden Myers getting by Connor Lipka. So a good run for Myers. We've seen him be competitive this week, and maybe not the ultimate pace that he would have liked. But as they come down the main straightaway again, Myers ahead of Leipka. Looking is Leipka not going to make anything happen, and they stick behind Ashton Woon, who's starting to lose Jeremy Sinkir.
Sinkir in particular, we've seen him have a lot of rapid pace. The problem is going to be, can he find rapid pace while having not really any drafts so far? Because of the top 3 so far, that top 3 has been able to really run away up at the head of the field.
Yeah, up at the front of the field, we're already seeing maybe a little bit of separation between Varela and Katowski away from Enzo De Janeiro, as it's about a 2 or 3 kart length gap. Not insurmountable, something that you can gain back in the draft, but it is worth noting because any sort of mistake from De Janeiro, he's in the danger zone of possibly losing that without a good back section, which he is very good through here. So it's still working out for him for now, but they are just inching away lap by lap.
Slowly but surely, that's the main thing, right? But Sinkir, I think, might be one of those who might be able to maybe get towards slipstream range, because right now it's going to be interesting how they do it. It's going to require some shuffling here amongst the leaders, but the thing is, the leaders are co-opetitioning so far. keeping it without too much aggression, no major sends, no major pushes, just stay in a line, keep it down to just 3 karts for the lead.
Yeah, they want it to be a 2-kart battle up at the front. De Janeiro wants it to be a 3-kart battle. And if you're Jeremy St. Clair, you probably want it to be more, because this is going to be a while for him to get back up there. That is a pretty deep mountain. There is a look at Diego Ramos on the pit lane. Looks like they're either checking times or checking texts. And for the PSL boys, they have certainly been lighting it up either way, because it has been an absolute barn burner for Renko Varela this weekend. He's been very quick. Katowski's been very quick. St. Clair's been very quick. And Diego has good reason to be smiling at the timing sheet, seeing just how fast they are as they continue to try to push away from Enzo De Janeiro.
I think the Barolo Art machines are going to be very happy, but now it's time for some sends. Why don't we? Katowski going up the inside. That's exactly what St. Clair needed. Someone to go for the lead, slow things up a little bit in the main group. We'll see how much time there's picked up now as a result of that swap around for the lead.
Yeah, there goes Katowski to the inside again in turn number 4. We'll see how patient Varela is. We'll see if De Janeiro takes the opportunity here. He's right on the bumper of these guys. Yet again, to try to make a move, he's going to push Varela out a little bit wide. Not going to make a move, though. So De Janeiro, with about 5 minutes and change left in this pre-final, clearly thinks that he can do something about it. But this 3 all stacked together now. And how about it for Jeremy St. Clair? He was 1.5 seconds back the last stop. This looks to be about 1.1 seconds back if I had to guess. This time around, 1.2 to be exact. So he's getting closer and closer. And De Janeiro's going to send one umbrella. That will help St. Clair's cause, as De Janeiro cannot make the move happen.
Just had an interesting bulletin pop up across the screen from the initial start, I think, for the initial couple minutes. Jump start just issued over the intercom for Valera through the timing and scoring. We'll see what the 164's position is at the end here. That can really change things up, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. If Varela has a jump start penalty, that will put him, as of right now, a standard 5-second penalty will put him all the way back in 9th, such as how close this field is. And while it might spread out a little bit further, that is not good for the number 164 machine, who would have to make a lot of moves in the early going of that race. So for him, it's not good. For Nico Katowski, though, it is full focus forward as he leads in Mini-Max. His brother's leading Micro at the same time. Jack Katowski is ahead of Slate Harrell. So 2 Katowskis in the field, 2 Katowskis with reason to smile as they're up at the front here in their respective classes.
Now at this point, Varela has to be, I'm not sure he's going to know what's going on in the kart, obviously, with the helmet and the race in itself, and of course, the sound of the karts, but very much so, work with Katowski has to be part of the mindset. Katowski seems to be in the catbird seat here. De Janeiro has to now figure out a way to say, we got to break up these teammates and find a way to get alongside here. That's not going to be easy now. Already seen there's not a lot of help behind. St. Clair has nearly closed up, but the battle is on for 5th as well. Woon trying to hold on the second pack.
Yeah, Woon trying to hang on to the second pack. But Holden Myers and Connor Leipka have given him a lot of fits so far in this one. Coming across now for yet another lap in the books. Leipka keeping him honest. Myers keeping him honest. But Ashton Woon, again, a guy with a lot of experience leading races. He will not like to be this far back. But Ashton Woon knows he can do something about it. And at least try to hang on to the positions that he has currently in 5th.
Looks like there's the breakup attempt starting to come up behind Woon, though. Myers and Leipka still going back and forth. But up at the very front, De Janeiro just doesn't seem to have what he needs quite yet to peel back Varela from the back end of Katowski. Katowski seems absolutely glued to the back end of his teammate.
Yeah, Katowski really doing some good pushing here. Varela's doing some good pushing on Katowski here. And their third teammate has just joined the frame. Welcome to the lead pack. Jeremy St. Clair again is back in the mix, and he's got another shot at it here. From 9/10 of a second down, now it's only down to 6/10 as they're fighting for the lead. How about a battle for 5th with Connor Leipka up through ahead of Ashton Woon into that 5th position?
I think they've thrown themselves out of the conversation to close up to these karts, but now with St. Pierre up there. I think all bets are off on how this plays out. 3 of the top 4 on the same team. Obviously, eventually they're going to start squabbling here, but the goal is quite simple. Don't wreck your teammate, but better yet, don't cost your teammate position for tomorrow's feature by being overly aggressive. Be smart if you do make a move on a teammate.
Yeah, gotta be smart with this. I mean, this is all down to just positioning yourself effectively. You know De Janeiro is going to want to make a move at some point. There's another move on Woon, getting back by Connor Leifka and Holden Myers into 6. So we've seen a lot of patience from these top 4, but I have a feeling if you're Enzo De Janeiro, you're going to have to want to make a move now as they get down to the final 45 seconds of this race and 2 laps.
Yeah, time ticking away so far in this one. Already more than 9 minutes burned off the clock so far. But now, Katowski, just at this point, trying to lead the racing line, say, okay, let's go to the proper line. Let's go far outside. Let's just follow along like slot cars almost in terms of how they're playing these lines.
Yeah, just following along, trying to be consistent, trying to be smooth. And right now, Katowski's done a very nice job of leading this race, leading this pack. Varela's been very patient with them, has spread out the field, has inadvertently helped him on the penalty side of things where he won't fall quite as far down the order. But as they come down to get 2 laps of racing to go this time by, I believe it will be very critical if you're Nico Katowski to start defending and understanding when your teammate's going to push and when he's going to stay back in line.
Exactly right now, and right now, so far, no major push away. So far, no major slices. So far, well, with the situation potentially penalty-wise, no cutout so far. St. Pierre, eventually, you'd have to think, has to try something here, though, at the back. Why not? You're outside the podium positions, so outside the top 3 starting spots. May as well see if you can make a send there. Some slow-ups and some mistakes through 9, 10, and 11, causing a checkup. Katowski able to break away a bit from it.
Yeah, and St. Pierre able to get up to 3rd. So now it's a Burrell Art 1, 2, 3. The Red Army is invaded the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, and they are doing really well in Mini-Max. So down to the last lap here. Katowski really has enough of a gap to not have to defend too hard onto this last lap, but we'll see if there's anything the 3 karts behind him can do.
Yeah, Katowski hasn't had Morella leave him out all race long. Does he make a move to try and at least win on track? That's the huge question here, especially now since St. Pierre is up to 3rd. It's a 1, 2, 3 for the Red Army. Here comes St. Pierre looking for the diamond.
Yeah, St. Pierre trying to set something up out of turn number 6. Not going to happen as they come up through the S's now for the final time in this pre-final, for the final time of today for your Mini-Max guys, down towards turns 11 and 12. Here comes Lorenzo Varela there for the final time. He's going to try something on Katowski. No door open on that time around, and through the final corner. Katowski ahead of Varela, ahead of St. Pierre. This is going to be a close run to the finish, but I think Katowski, a late move from Katowski to cover off on Varela. That was very aggressive. It gives them the heat race win, but I can't imagine they'll be too happy about that in the PSL tent. So Katowski with a win right at the end of the race. Lorenzo Varela into 2nd, Jeremy St. Pierre in 3rd, Enzo De Janeiro 4th, and Connor Leifka able to win that battle for 5th against Ashton Woon and Holden Myers.
Yeah, and you can see some of the arms being raised up there. Obviously, it's pretty clear, and obviously in the card, in theory, you don't know that there's a penalty out for somebody like that, but Katowski probably didn't realize he's going to probably win the race regardless, depending on how things get scored because of the situation with the 164. So he said, I'm not taking any chances in terms of the block. You can't scissor block like that safely, though, in most cases. If it was so much as a car race, that usually leads to contact.
Yeah, again, I mean, that's the type of block that it's not a slam dunk penalty like you would see if Varela was alongside as we get a look at the official results there. Katowski, Varela, St. Cyr, De Janeiro, Lipka in the top 5. Ashton Woon, Holden Myers, Lucas Tarango, Achilles Spirico, and Cole Vetter round out your top 10, with Jack Katowski winning on the micro side of things at a Slate Herald just barely. But again, that block's not something that is a slam dunk penalty like it would be if Varela was alongside him, but Nico Katowski's still right on the margins there of, was that a swerve, was that a double move? They'd have to go back and look at the video on that. But for now, Nico Katowski wins unofficially in Minimax, and Varela PSL karting, Red Army 1, 2, 3 in that pre-final. So that wraps up the Minimax and the Micromax action. We've got one more pre-final still yet to come. It's the Senior Max field coming up next after this break.
Hey guys, it's Dave here from Kart Class. We're at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We're here to show you guys the fastest way to drive this almost 1 mile circuit. It offers both fast sweeping corners, some fast chicanes, and a technical switchback that leads onto a long main straight. Let's find out where to brake, where to accelerate, and where the best places to overtake. So let's get stuck into it.
So as we start our lap at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, drivers want to approach turn 1 basically flat out, barring the shifter category. Turn 2 presents the first real overtaking opportunity on the track. This is a light lock of the brakes, but drivers can get up the inside. The fastest approach is take a later apex, and that sets you up against the back straight nice and quickly. Turn 3 is flat out. As we make our way down the back straight, this presents another opportunity to overtake our competitors. Less braking is required here because the corner opens up a lot more than turn 2. On the exit of turn 4, allow the kart to flow to the edge of the track. You can use that outside curbing. Now there's 2 different approaches that drivers are going to take in turn 5, the right hand 180 degree switchback. Our low performance categories want to open up the entry, where X30 and shifter can attack the inside apex a lot more aggressively. The reason for this is they've got a lot more horsepower to get out of that corner nice and quickly. A little chirp of the brakes is still required into this corner, but drivers want to get on the gas a little bit earlier than that middle of the apex, and this then sets them up to get through the next part of the straight and through those chicanes nice and quickly. Drivers can utilise the inside curbs through the chicane, with the last right hand kink being the most important to hit in the right spot. If drivers approach that with too early of an apex, they exit too wide, and that then jeopardises their racing line for the next left-hand turn. You want to turn in a little bit later so you can hug the right-hand side of the track, and that then opens up the left-hand turn before it goes up a hill. The key here is to lightly lock the brakes, but get on the gas nice and early to exit over that hill with a little bit more speed than your competitors. Once we've utilised the whole track, we start to go over a little crest, and now we're making our way into a long left-hand sweeping corner. Not too much braking is required here. We want to try and use the long circumference of the corner to slow the speed down. And I found that using the inside curb actually helps rotate the kart and not flow the kart too wide in the middle of this turn. Using too much racetrack here is just not quick enough. So once we exit in the middle of the track, we start to move the kart towards 3/4 to full racetrack width as we go into the final two 180-degree switchback corners. Again, you can pass into these final two corners. I would try and pass into the left-hander rather than the last right-hand corner, but it's a late apex on your fastest lap. So a late turn in on the gas nice and early, and you can start to utilize that inside curb at the very back end of the left-hand turn. Once we exit, it's in the middle of the corner, and not too much braking is required into the final turn because of the speed that we have into that final turn. On exiting the corner, try not to drop a wheel because there's no exit curbing on this part of the track, and then run a nice straight line approach to the final start-finish line. That's a lap of MCC from Dave's here at Kart Class. Enjoy this weekend's USPKS race, and good luck to all competitors.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Engines are firing here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It is the final session of the day for round number 1 of the Rotex Max Challenge US Trophy West. Senior Max getting set to take the track here for their 12-minute and 2-lap pre-final. We've seen 2 thrilling heat races already, led by Diego Ramos. He'll start on pole position. Then you have Oliver Hodgson, who's come close, but has not quite been able to topple the Brazilian. He'll start on the outside of the front row. Further down through the grid, a lot of guys that were consistently entertaining and just plain consistent throughout the heats. There's Zachary Clemente, who will start on the 3rd position alongside Wes Gundler. Timothy Pernod starts 5th alongside Aiden Fox in the 6th position. Cooper Auclair, Aidan Renko, Yash Paul, and Ben Hernandez round out your top 10. And Justin, looking further back through the field, what do you expect out of this one?
Looking further back, I'm expecting Auclair to be able to pounce. He's had to come from dead last in both the heat races today. Now instead, we'll get the chance to come from 7th. That's going to be very big, I think, for him today. I think these drivers are about to have a pretty wild race up at the front, though, to see can anybody dethrone Diego Ramos at the point.
Yeah, Diego Ramos has been controlling this day all the way from the get-go. Yesterday it was very close in practice between Ramos, Oliver Hodgson, ZCD, and a couple others, but today has been the Diego Ramos show. It started with a blistering lap in warm-up. Then in qualifying, he was able to cool down the tires, get an extra couple of hot laps in, and put him clear of the J3 competition boys in Cooper Auclair and Oliver Hodgson. But now it's time for a different test. He's got Hodgson on the front row for the first time all day. He's got ZCD starting right behind him, and then he's got a couple of other challengers, and Wes Gumler and Timothy Pernod right there as well. Cooper Auclair starting as high up as he's been all day long. So we get set to go for this pre-final, and as good as Diego has been, I have a feeling this pre-final should be a little bit more of a challenge for Diego Ramos and the Red Army.
Especially with some of the aggression building up alongside him and behind him from what we've seen in the heat races. This could get wild alongside Ramos here.
Yeah, ZCD behind him, but on the front row, Ramos, Hodgson. Final race of the day is Senior Max. It is green here into turn number 1, and Diego Ramos from the inside gets the lead. How about Zachary Clemente going to try to follow through for 2nd? They're side by side. He's going to push Hodgson a little wide, and into 3rd goes Wes Gundler. So Hodgson, not the start he would have looked for, but the good start for Diego Ramos as he hangs on to the lead through turn number 4.
ZCD immediately straight to work yet again, proving why he's been Mr. Aggression when it comes to making moves, but has been starting to get better at the moves as the race has gone on here. Lockstep with Ramos, though. This is the most pressure Ramos has had off some of the starts in a little bit of a while here, outside of his teammates.
Yeah, Ramos goes defensive into the sweeper. Now ZCD should be able to set up here for a good exit out of the final corner, but Ramos so good in the center of the corner. He'll get a good exit and have a Hodgson and Pernod getting by Wes Gundler for 3rd and 4th. So a good start there for Pernod. Hodgson going to go immediately on the defensive. This is going to get hairy into turn number 1. Side by side between the 2 Fox and Son boys. And now into 1. Hodgson again going defensive. That's giving a big gap to the front of the field, and ZCD as well as Diego Ramos.
Yeah, now this is the biggest test for ZCD all race and all day so far. Does he have pace to keep up with Ramos? In the first heat, it was absolutely no. In the second one, it was a little bit more clearer that he had something with the hottest temperatures. Now, it's the best position he's had all day. All that's while Hodgson had been looking like he had been quicker than the green machine all day, but now is stuck leading the second train here, with Pernod just trying to run on behind and try and figure out what can I do to get right on by and get back to my teammate.
Yeah, ZCD is really good in the first half of the lap. It's the second half. Once he gets down to these 2 back hairpins, he loses a bit of time to Diego Ramos. But Oliver Hodgson that last time through, once he stopped blocking, looked really quick, only 2/10 off of what Ramos did. And again, he did that while going defensive for the first 4 corners. So if he can put some consistent laps together, Hodgson should be able to at least track back down ZCD, as Clemente seems to have lost Ramos a bit at the front of the field.
Yeah, Ramos just set a purple lap on the second time around, a 56.8. Everybody else was in the 57-second bracket. So Ramos has now gone straight into, I'm not taking chances, I'm running. I'm not going to allow them to close up easily. I like a 1 second buffer, as would anybody else, because we've seen Ramos have the long run pace all race long. Why not make it to where everyone else has to be much, much quicker long run to have a chance? There's a squeeze back there.
Yeah, it looks like Adam Lorenko there going off in the grass for a split second. He'll lose a few spots, but at the front of the field, Diego Ramos, again, absolutely flying that last lap 3, pulled away from ZCD, but purple on that lap was Oliver Hodgson, who picked up 0.4 of a second to the TB kart ahead of him in ZCD. So Hodgson's on the move. Clement Novello is going to come under fire, and Ramos has a comfortable gap at the front of the field.
Yeah, the thing about that purple lap is it was still only a couple hundreds quicker than Ramos. That's not going to get you the race lead. That's not going to get you caught up, period, over the course of the race. At this point, Hodgson has to basically beat his bugaboo of this type of a race. Get around CZD as others get around each other here.
Yeah, there you saw again a move further back. Aiden Fox against Cooper Auclair. Auclair not able to get the spot. Now Fox going to go defensive down into turn number 1. And there is Wes Gunwar going back at Timothy Pernod. Oh, that got close. Pernod really shut the door on Wes Gunwar. And Gunwar's going to be stuck back in 5th and losing another chunk of time. As at the front of the field, Hodgson continues to try to get by ZCD.
And Hodgson every time has had an issue in terms of, since it's so late that he ends up leaving himself up for grabs for an instant repass. I think Hodgson has to think about this clearly. Just wait for a prime opportunity. Don't let the block come. Don't send it in and launch it into the corner and hope it sticks, because so far it hasn't stuck with the hotter temperatures today. Right now, Hodgson got the better run, though. That's exactly what I've been talking about. Wait for a smart chance. Don't force it in like he had been on the previous passes.
Yeah, I mean, that was a calculated move for Hodgson. The problem is, like any move, ZCD could just go right back at you. And I think this is now the point in the race where ZCD does not have the natural pace that he needs to get to the front. So it's time to start mixing it up. Hodgson probably not going to be too patient with him here as he sends it right back down the inside, and Oliver Hodgson back into second. We'll see how much ZCD is willing to wait and how much he wants to push it. Going to stick behind Hodgson for now and let the Brit try to get away a little bit.
More than a second, the gap between first and second already there is how big that deficit's grown so far. So at this point, Hodgson, I don't know if he's going to have enough pace to even get to Ramos again. Ramos is just on rails.
Yeah, Diego Ramos has been blisteringly quick all weekend long. A 1.3 second gap to Clement Novello the last time through. Going to be more this time with them battling. 1.6 back to Hodgson. Again, Hodgson gets clear. He's in second, but now he's going to have a lot of work to do in the closing stages of this lap, or of this race, if he wants any shot at Diego Ramos.
Yeah, with about half the minutes off the clock right here, the question's going to be how the others will move up. Cotty's been really impressive so far still in this race. He's still holding on to 6th. Claire's been a shocker to me, though. Stuck in 8th. He has made no ground up after being the biggest mover in every other race and looking so strong in heats 1 and 2. This time, he's just stuck in place.
Yeah, it just shows how hard it is to move through the field sometimes in senior, especially with the level of competition that we've seen from these guys. As Theo Kakati and Adam Fox are right in front of him. He's got Ben Hernandez behind him. That's a good group to be in, but it's not all the way up where he would like to be. So now Claire's going to have to try, be patient, and piece things back together. The last time through for Oliver Hodgson, about the same time as Diego Ramos. Again, equal on pace, but when you're a second and a half back, it's hard to make anything up after the opening couple laps. So Ramos in the clear for right now. Hodgson's just going to try to do what he can to get that gap back.
Yeah, right now looking pretty solid in terms of the conga line here. But in turn here, as a result of everything going on here, I'm still wondering how second's going to play out here. CZD, remember, when he was in 3rd spot, it slipped back. was not afraid to bring everybody else back with him, close up all the packs, make it a choo-choo train behind him to try and pass him. He was almost like the turtle shell, like a green turtle shell, like a green brick wall, trying to build the defense up in Heat 1 earlier today. If that ends up happening here, I don't know what the others will have as much patience compared to earlier in the day when it was a heat race.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to this is going to set up your position for the final. And, you know, Heat 1, Heat 2, maybe you're a little bit more patient. You're willing to kind of let things flow a little bit. You get down to the pre-final, suddenly this directly impacts what your final position will, or where you'll start the final in. And so if you're someone in this midfield, one move can change the outcome of your race depending on where you end up starting, and that can completely change how your race goes. So if you're Cooper Leclerc here down in 8th, this is really dangerous times, and he's going to send one on Aiden Fox. But a bit of an elbow check there, and he gets it done. Ben Hernandez is going to follow through in the next corner.
Good job by Hernandez in terms of that pass. Gets him up an extra spot. Leclerc's also gone up as the results here as well. Up to 7th position. Fox all the way to the back of the group. So with under 3 minutes to go on the day, plus the 2 laps, so say 5 minutes or so to work with here. Right now, this is playing out pretty well in terms of Ramos right in his wheelhouse this race so far over Hodgson. And it is starting to trend towards Pernod and Company, reeling in 3rd spot this time.
Yeah, he is definitely getting closer and closer. Timothy Pernod is continuing to work his way forward. But again, I mean, at this point, ZCD has picked up the pace enough to at least be competitive in the 2nd and 3rd positions. So not a whole lot of progress being made. Wes Gunwer, though, has had an impressive heat race. We haven't seen a lot of great pace from Wes this weekend. Not quite what we're used to seeing from him, but he has come alive here in the pre-final and is right there with Timothy Pernod for that 4th spot.
Yeah, so far so solid. But here's an interesting little factoid we just got forwarded over about ZCD, by the way, in the green machine. You may have noticed a different suit, I think, on the 327 here today. Apparently, it's a 2019 Joseph Newgarden Fitzgerald-sponsored IndyCar suit, which raced at Barber in Texas back during that season. So that is not, you know, normally one of his suits. That's very much so a Joseph Newgarden suit. First of all, good that it's matching the size to fit of Joseph Newgarden. But second, an interesting little factoid for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, ZCD, the 2018 in 2018 led the Indy 500. A lot of good IndyCar experience, a lot of open wheel experience in general. Knows how to wheel a kart around a track very fast. 2019 Super Nationals winner. He has had a lot of success in his racing career. A lot of different chassis, a lot of different friends, a few enemies as well along the way. But Zachary Clemente is certainly one of the stronger personalities in the racing paddock, and certainly will be one to watch as we get into tomorrow. But he's kind of lost Oliver Hodgson the last lap or so. Hodgson has kind of turned up the wick a little bit, catching Diego Ramos about a 10th a lap the last 2 laps, and certainly putting ZCD on notice a little bit as we focus back in on some of the battles further back. Cooper Leclerc has gotten around Theo Kakati for the 6th position.
Yeah, so with this being the final minute here, Hodgson making it a little bit interesting here. CZD did respond back, at least in his kart, in terms of respective pace, to be able to keep Bernard out from reaching him. But Hodgson, if this came at the start of the race, or rather he had the same sort of tempo early on, we might be talking about Ramos having a lot of pressure here. But Hodgson has been able to at least turn up the weight, coming to 2 to go should be this time, to be able to try and build this buffer and build it to where no one else could really reel him in.
Yeah, Hodgson's quick enough. I think he's probably going to run out of time in this pre-final, but for the final, with a little bit of a longer race, we've seen how quick he's been on the long runs. That bodes well for the J3 lead man himself. And now as we get through to the last couple laps here, there goes Wes Gunwer again on Pernod. These two have been going at it with each other throughout this race. Gunwer gets crossed over as they come down the 2 laps of racing to go. This is going to be a very exciting finish. And how about a Cooper Auclair? It took him a little while. He's found his groove, found his rhythm, and he's back up towards the front of the field. Going to be fighting it out for that 4th position.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit of the elbows out near contact there as well for the 4th position. Oh, looking back as they get all shuffled about here as a result of all that squabbling. And it's looking like the patience, well, it's gone with it being the final stage here of this race.
Yeah, Cooper Auclair knows the time is now. It is time to shine, and now he's right behind Wes Gumler, looking for a move into the sweeper. Here we go. Auclair not able to find anything going. Gumler's going to shut the door into the hairpin, and they're all stacked up behind him. Gakati trying to the inside of his teammate, going to shuffle Auclair wide. Oh, they're stuck together. Pernod for the 2nd time in as many laps has gone over the top of the rear bumper. No harm, no foul, but it's given Wes Gumler a lifeline and an easy way forward as he's got about 5 kart lengths to the next kart, and Gakati's going to defend for the 5th position. So Wes Gumler, by virtue of contact behind him, has just been given kind of an exit door to get out of the scrap.
Yeah, the white flag already out on the day, so they're still scrapping it out back and forth. Auclair in the midst of things, getting the elbows out. Gakati trying to get the elbows back out. Everybody got the elbows out. Better have the elbow pads out almost, so to speak. But right now, they're racing like this is for the race lead, trying to get all the track position they can for tomorrow.
Yeah, Cooper Auclair looks like he's emerged from that scene. He's got a couple kart links in hand. And as they come now to the checkered flag, we're awaiting Diego Ramos. Here he goes. Ramos to the line. Give him P1. He wins the heat race, or the pre-final, with Hodgson right there in tow. ZCD into 3rd. Here comes Wes Gumler into 4th. Auclair in the clear in 5th. And down through the rest of the top 10, Aiden Fox wins out that battle for 6th as Pernod gets shuffled all the way back to 8th at the end of the pre-final.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done again from Ramos. But Hodgson showed something that might pop up tomorrow. He had the pace in the final half of the race to reel him in with the extra 2 minutes there. When you add the extra time tomorrow onto the clock when it's 16 minutes for Senior Max, will that be the big enough difference for Hodgson to be able to fully reel in to make it a fight for Ramos tomorrow?
We shall see. But Diego Ramos, a perfect day for him. He'll know that Oliver Hodgson is coming, but right now, all smiles on the PSL 10 as he wins ahead of Hodgson. Zachary Clemendemello in 3rd, Wes Gundler 4th. Cooper Auclair rounds out your top 5 after moving slowly but surely forward through the field in that pre-final. Aiden Fox in 6th, Theo Kakati in the 7th spot, Timothy Pernod 8th, Ben Hernandez 9th, and Adam Lorenko finishes out the top 10. Further down, Gavin Bailiff, a recovery drive of the sorts to get up to 11th, Yashram Paul in 12th. Chris Herward 13th, Kai Brahman Facino in 14th, and Ben Lida rounding out your top 15. Elsewhere outside the top 15, couple notables that did not finish, but Diego Ramos on top again in Senior Max. And again, I mean, Justin, this was about as perfect of a day as you could have asked for if you're Diego Ramos.
Yeah, absolutely dominant pace in the mid to long run for most of the day today. I think Ramos, again, is your one to beat. I know that sounds simple, but with how he raced today, he's going to be absolutely tricky to pass tomorrow, let alone reel on in. Hodgson seems to be able to have some of the pace, long run at the very tail end. That might be interesting for the final moments of tomorrow's feature race.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of storylines here. Cooper Auclair will have the best track position he's had all day with some pretty good pace aboard that J3 comp kart. Zachary Clemendemello found a bit more pace in that pre-final. We'll see if he can find that last bit to put ZCD well and truly in the fight. Hodgson going to have the long run to be able to close in on Diego Ramos, and it will all take place tomorrow morning. The warm-ups start at 9. That's free for everyone. KC Premium members will see the final starting at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. It's been a hot day in Cincinnati. It's been a clean day, and ultimately it has been a very fun day of heat racing and pre-final racing. But again, outstanding days from Diego Ramos, outstanding days from PSL in general, and an outstanding day at the racetrack here in Batavia, Ohio. My name's Emery Lida. I've been joined by Justin Prince. It's been an outstanding day of heat racing, and we'll see you tomorrow for the main events of round number 1 of the US Trophy East.